All right, looks like we have a quorum, so I think we can go ahead and kick off the meeting. Thank you.
All right, well, I'd like to welcome everyone to our August 22nd meeting of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee that advises the California Transportation Commission, Caltrans, also known as the California Department of Transportation, and CalSTA, the California State Transportation Agency. My name is William Walker. I am the chair of the EAC and would like to welcome members of the public, members of the committee, staff, and interagency leadership. Thank you all for being here today. I'm here, since we're the virtual meeting, we're all in different spaces. I'm currently in San Francisco, which is unceded Ohlone Nation land, Ohlone being the indigenous nation that lived and still lives in the Bay Area. So without further delay, I'll hand it over to Clerk Hall to call the roll.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Amos Kelly.
Present.
Alexandria Contreras.
Present.
Ana Gonzalez.
Present.
Herb Hastings. Gloria Huerta. Peggy Martinez. Amber Novi.
Present.
Andres Ramirez. Michelle Rousey.
Present.
Connie Stewart.
Present.
Randy Torres Van Vleck.
Present.
Cheryl Villegas Walker. Christine Williams. Chair Walker.
Present.
Assemblymember Lori Wilson. Senator Cortese. Chair Walker, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Clerk Hall. Item 2 for today is the tribal acknowledgement.
Chair Walker, if you don't mind, I'm going to go through the logistics for the meeting.
Pardon me, please.
Great, thank you so much. Welcome everyone to the August 22nd, 2024 Interagency Transportation Equity Advisory Committee meeting. This committee's focus will be on elevating diverse and historically marginalized voices and will advise the California Transportation Commission, California State Transportation Agency, and California Department of Transportation on how to achieve meaningful outcomes in transportation equity, environmental justice, and equitable economic opportunities, especially as related to transportation planning and programming. The meeting agenda is located on the Commission's website at www.catc.ca.gov. Any document created for this committee can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at transportationeac@dot.ca.gov, and we will have them returned to you as quickly as possible. American Sign Language translation is being provided for this meeting. You should see them on your screen. Spanish translation is also being provided. You can access this service through the Interpretation tab at the bottom of the screen. Please use the Q&A tab if you have questions about this. Live closed captioning is also available. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options available there to choose from. Presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translations. If you are presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation, if you have one. Members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as a part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip or indicate by using the virtual hand raise feature to indicate you wish to comment. you should see the webinar control panel, likely located on the bottom of your screen. There you will find the raise hand and Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the raise hand feature as soon as we reach the item to give the system time to acknowledge you. Committee staff will let you know when it's your turn to make your comment. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Committee staff will read that comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants, as this can create confusion for staff when making comments. Please do your best to be concise. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translations. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. We ask that you make your point in 2 minutes or less. If for some reason we have many speakers on any single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments to 1 minute if needed. Thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you, Clerk Hall.
And Chair Walker, if you don't mind, I wanted to give our executives an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Oh, sure. I'm really sorry. I have an annotated agenda and none of this is on it. So I apologize.
Understand. I'm here to help.
Great. Thank you. So please, I'm handing it back to you, Clerk Hall.
Yes, I'd like to first ask our CDC Executive Director, Tanisha Taylor, to introduce herself.
Thanks, Justin. Thanks, everyone. It's so great to be here with everyone. It's great to see you. And I just wanted to say hi and thank you all for continuing this very important work with all of us. And I look forward to the conversation.
And there are other executives that would like to speak.
Yes, I'd like to call on Mark Holston, our CalSTA executive, to introduce themselves.
Great.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Mark Tolson. I'm the Undersecretary at the California State Transportation Agency. I just wanted to say, thank you for everyone jumping on and really looking forward to the conversation today.
I'd like to call on Velocity Kelly to introduce herself as well. Velocity, you are muted. We cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. Been on a lot of meetings today. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Velocity Clemens, and I am the Chief of Staff to Director Tavares. I am here representing Caltrans on behalf of Director Tavares and our Chief Deputy Director, I think, Mike Keever, who normally attends, and I'm looking forward to participating in today's meeting.
Great, thank you. I think that concludes introductions. Chair Walker, I'll hand it back over to you. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Clerk Hall. And I will now move to item number 2. And I know that roll call typically doesn't have public comment, but we'll call for public comment for items 1 and 2 together after the tribal acknowledgement. And I'll hand it to Vice Chair Martha Kelly.
Greetings. I am in charge of the tribal acknowledgement, and for today, I'd like to do something different. I recognize my tribal lands that I am living on right now, which are the Yokut and Miwok territories. I'm going to open it up to everyone to acknowledge any tribal entities within their own space. But I would like to bring attention to our last CTC meeting, not directly related to the EAC, but part of what we do is related with the work that the CTC does. And at our recent meeting in San Diego, we had the honor of having Chairwoman Pinto attend from the NAC. And I would like to recognize that there are many other members, and I'd just like to call out their names and let them know that we honor them and we recognize them in the roles that they play. Northern California Agency, we have Jackie, Heather, Carmeton, and Richard Warner, Jeff Hodge, Misty, and that would be Rexwith, I think, I can't see that. Rixwati, Herb Quinn, Tony Hayward Sr. In the Central Valley, we have Michael Despain, Paul D. Irwin, Lorinda Sanchez, Orville Elliott Jr., and Christy Garcia. In Southern California, we have Daniel Salgado Jr. and Erica Pinto and Margaret Park. These are all members of the NAC. Recognize their contributions and hopefully we'll be able to interact with them more frequently. But it was very nice and welcoming to see them at the meeting. And this is where we are succeeding in bringing attention and elevating the narrative of inclusion and equity by including our tribal leaders in the spaces that we have for transportation. So thank you. And I will move it to Chair Walker to acknowledge his tribal entities, and he can popcorn it out.
Great. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Kelly, Ms. Kelly. The NAC, for folks who are not acclimated, it's the California Native American Heritage Council. Again, I'm here in San Francisco, which is Ohlone land, and I don't have my gallery, so I'm gonna hand it to Clerk Hall because I can't see everyone, and I'm not sure why that is. But if you don't mind doing a roll call for the tribal acknowledgement from each of our members, just to see if they'd like to share.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. I'll call on Alexandria Contreras.
Hi, sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties on my end. I kind of did not hear the last sentence. Can someone?
Sure, we're asking folks what the tribal land or native land that you might be on, if you're familiar with it, if you'd like to share it.
Yes, unceded Ohlone territory.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ana Gonzalez.
Hi, everybody. Happy Thursday. I am calling in from the city of Rialto, which is on Tongva land. So thank you for allowing me to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Peggy Martinez. Peggy, I believe you're still muted.
Okay, hello everyone. Peggy Martinez here. I am in Arcata, California, seated on Wiyot tribal land or anyway, I'm not doing it well, but we are on Wiyot land.
I think you're doing quite fine, Member Martinez.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Up next, Amber Novi.
Hello, I am in Rockland, California today, and the Nisenan, Miwok, and Maidu tribes resided here in Rockland for 1,500 years ago.
Thank you, Amber. Up next, we have Andres Ramirez.
Hi, everyone. I am on ceded Tongva land. Good to see everybody.
Thank you. Up next, we have Michelle Rousey.
Oakland, California, Ohlone land. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Connie Stewart.
Hi, normally I would be with Peggy on unceded territory of the Wiyot tribe, but today I'm visiting my father. My family's gathering for his 81st birthday, so I'm on Tequesta, Hohobi, and Jaga land, and also the Seminoles land, and in West Palm Beach, Florida. Greetings from Florida.
Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Up next, we have Randy Torres Van Vleck.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Randy Torres Van Vleck, and I'm based in City Heights, San Diego, which is Kumeyaay land.
Thank you, Randy. I'll check back in to see if we have member Cheryl Vegas Walker. Do not have her, or I'm going to check in. Do we have Christine Williams? All right, Chair Walker, I think that concludes all members that are present.
Great, thank you very much, Clerk Hall. Is there public comment for items 1 or 2?
Chair Walker, we're not seeing any members of the public who'd like to comment on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Remedios, and good afternoon. Item number 3, welcoming remarks and chair's report. So I wrote a chair's report that made me very unwelcome at the San Diego Commission meeting, and I'd like to give some background on why my report might seem so unpleasant. The week that my report was due, I was recovering from a car accident. I was rear-ended on Pacific Coast Highway, and it's Highway 1 that starts in Mendocino County and stretches all the way down to Dana Point in South Orange County. So it's nearly 1,000 miles long. And there are freeway portions, there are stoplight portions, and there are bus stops on the portion of PCH that I was rear-ended on. And we even were discussing at the shop hearing earlier this week what types of changes can be made under shop. Shop being the state highway operations and performance. I'm probably not doing well with that acronym right now, but it's our maintenance. It's where we fund maintenance projects along the highway to keep it in the state of good repair. And you know, when we are doing typical maintenance, like repairing a bridge, like, is that the time to do a curb cut? Is that the time to do a a safer bus stop? Is it a time to calm the highway so that people, I mean, if I were, a lot of people ask me when I say I was in an accident, they're like, were you on a bicycle? And my response is, if I was on a bicycle, I'd be dead. And so I think that coming from a place of, you know, being on the state highway system and continuing to face the same struggles that were faced when we joined this committee, and being probably, I'm going to just own it, out of my mind, because I was in a traumatic event. I wrote what came, and I think that you should know that I had no part of making today's agenda. Like, it's important to share that, and that no one thought that it was important to call me to say that I missed the meeting, even though I had been in a traumatic car accident and made all the other meetings that week. What disheartens me is what happened at the commission meeting, because the chair of our commission and a couple commissioners felt that it was important to say that not only should we take the high road and act civilly and agree to disagree, but to be civil and to not be in different camps. Camps were named, and we talked about the different stakeholders, and it was explicitly stated that, oh wow, like the community should also be more civil, and the community should come to the commission with some respect and not be in a position where, as an advisory committee, that we advise the commission on where we could be stronger in incorporating community voice. I, 'cause, the commission and staff felt attacked by my chair's report, a report that most people don't even read. Like, let's be real. It's just posted on the web. But what's disappointing is that when staff attacked me at a meeting, when I said that we were being told that we couldn't speak at commission meetings, I was attacked. And many commissioners came up to me and said, hey, like, that was wrong. You shouldn't have been treated like that in a public forum. And to be quite honest, whenever I speak at the commission, more than half of the time, staff is responding to what I say. And I've served on committees and commissions, and I understand the Brown Act and Badly Keen, and you're not supposed to respond to public comment. It explicitly says it in state legislation. So I'm sorry that this is feeling personal, but like, I don't have a part of a lot of what's going on in the management of this committee. And maybe that's by design, maybe that's what folks want, but I'm not sure when we get to actually, as a committee, talking about the things that occur in California that prevent us from having a transportation system that reduces greenhouse gas emissions, that creates jobs for communities that don't have opportunity, that doesn't kill people. A state highway system that doesn't kill people and doesn't injure and maim people on a daily basis. Pretty sure I'm well over my time, but I'm curious to hear from our committee. I mean, when I look at this agenda, there's nowhere for this committee to even discuss how we are doing this year. And like, we have member reports, so that's a half hour at the end of the meeting, but we haven't had the opportunity to have dialogue. And you know, the year is coming to an end, and some of us won't be back. Like, some of us won't be invited back to be here. And so I'll leave my remarks there, and I just hope that I hope that you all are thinking about what you wanted to do this year, and if you've been able to do it, and taking the opportunity. And you know, you all have the opportunity to write a report just as I do every month. Doesn't have to be long to write a paragraph, even if it's just sharing what you're doing in your community, because like, we've never been able to talk about that this whole year, like what we are all doing in our respective communities to advance the transportation system and to make sure that it's something that we can all be proud of. So I'll leave it there. And if there's any comment from our committee, I can't see folks, I'm not sure why, but I'll hand it to Clerk Hall to call on any hands that might be raised.
Thank you, Chair. I'll begin by calling on Michelle Rousey.
Thank you, Chair Walker, for sharing your not only your feelings, but what's been going on for you around this committee. I think it's important to acknowledge it, and want to acknowledge you for your struggle and for your commitment to keep going with this group, even though you did have that car accident, and want to acknowledge that, and also know that, you know, part of the reason why I wanted to come on this committee was to do good work, to make sure not only the disability, but our seniors are represented here at this level, but also that we could work together on improving the state's transit system so that it works for everybody, so that they can get where they need to go when they want to and when they need to, and that it's a system that is equitable to all and not just a few. And so, and I hope as we start engaging in our subcommittees and things like that, that we get to that point that we set goals and and we work on those goals and make progress on those goals and work together with other groups and things like that to make that happen. Thank you for your commitment to this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rousey. Member Martinez, you're up next.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for this opportunity to just say a few words. Chair Walker, I'm sorry to hear about your accident. These things are really challenging and they're painful and they're traumatic. And as a person who has actually been hit by automobiles in my life 4 times myself, it is really, it's a very big deal. And it is hard to kind of get back up and keep going, I will say. Now that said, I do think the thing to do is to keep at this. I have been advocating for certain things for many years, many years. And I'm just going to keep at it. I know that the agencies, CalSTA, Caltrans, CTC, they're large. They have a lot of sort of institutional history of, well, golly, what do you say? You know, sort of status quo ishness, whatever, you know, that kind of thing. You know, they're trying. They are the attempt is being made. It does seem slow for a lot of us who have been really on the ground or on the bus or crossing streets or working on climate stuff. A lot of people have been working at this. I know that there are many people at these agencies that care as much as we do. And I know that people don't always have as much power as they might want, who are employed at the agencies and us as committee members. When I applied to be on the committee, this is something I've said a lot. In my application materials, I said, look, you know, I've served on a lot of advisory committees through the years, and I'm not really that interested in serving on another one that just sort of goes around and around and talks about process. I also want to work and to see things change, or why bother, you know? Why bother all this work? So I just want to say, I think we just kind of got to keep at it. I want to see us look at process. We've got these subcommittees. I mean, I want to see us look at and do and accomplish actual tasks. We do have our subcommittees created. I would say, you know, let me just say this. I have been ignored and dissed and underestimated and discounted plenty. And so, you know, I'm just gonna keep on coming back because I know what my messages are going to help a lot of people. So it may be a little uncomfortable and it may not be that fun. You know, to feel that way, to know that, you know, people are sort of blowing you off because we know that sometimes they are. But sometimes they're not. And we just gotta, in my opinion, there are good people. I mean, and we, you know, all throughout this whole thing that we've created that's being worked on. And my thoughts and suggestions are, you know, we just gotta keep at it and keep working on it and keep with our tasks and our whatever it is, whether it's a different survey or I don't know. I mean, it does get a little tedious, all the various process pieces, but you know, I think that there are many places and we will, and sorry, my screen reader is blabbing and it's really distracting and it's really hard for me to focus. Okay, sorry. Anyway, I'm done.
No problem. Yeah, no problem.
I'm done. That's all I had to
we
say.
can, when we thank you very much, Member Martinez, and we can put up with the blob. It's all good. Clerk Hall, do we have other hands?
Yes, so Vice Chair Amos Kelly, you're up next.
Well, I would just like to say that, Chair Walker, I've been with you on this journey from the beginning, and we both had some really interesting conversations. And I think that you're doing a great job. And I think that with that, a lot of it is reflection on what we would like to see and how we would like to have a little bit more influence. But as we both know, there's limits in what we can and we can't do. And I believe that with what you can do, you're doing an awesome job. I think that I'm praying that these subcommittee groups will allow us to have a little bit more fluidity and a little bit more direction towards those meeting those goals and deliverables that we'd like to see in our work. And also, I'm in total agreement with you about having a moment to be able to connect with the other members. I think that it'd be awesome to be able to know what each and every one of us are doing in our own spaces, because in reality, we all come in with a contribution, and to not highlight that, it's almost like we were remiss to not include our successes and our challenges, so we can remind others that are listening, and also the commission, that the work is not just what people bring in and what's going on in the spaces of Caltrans, but it's also the work that we're challenged with on a day-to-day basis. Again, like at the CTC meeting, bringing the highlight of deaths of Caltrans workers is it's horrific to think that anyone could get hurt in the line of duty, in the idea of meeting the needs of the people. Sometimes lives are taken, but also in the work and day-to-day process of our transportation, our wake up and our end of day, we're out in those spaces and people are dying in those spaces, whether it's because of speed traps, speed up pockets, or not enough signage, or just the process itself of transporting and going back and forth. We need to do better. And I think that the reason that we're here is because we want better. And I'm hoping that as we move forward, we won't lose too many people, and we'll continue doing the work, because it is good work. Just the idea of having a EAC is important, but we need to have more visibility, I think, and I think that is important, that we do take a time to allow everyone to kind of just share and brief each other what we're doing, as well as create a space for ideas, so that we don't feel like we're always the ones that are challenged, but also have others partake in that process. But thank you, and I appreciate you, and I see you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Vice Chair Ms. Kelly. I believe the next person to speak will be Member Stewart.
First of all, I hope you're recovered from your accident, and wish you well on that end. And the last meeting we had for the work group was a really tough meeting for me. And I do think that I'd love to have a conversation among us about the work groups being a space for us to move our thoughts and agendas forward, and the meetings being the space for really the advisory role that Caltrans staff and the commission staff and CalSTA staff really want to seek our advice. I want to say I really appreciate the issues that staff are bringing forward. I've enjoyed being part of the process. Enjoyed learning more about transportation and this journey that we've been on. And I want to hold that graceful space, but I do feel like there hasn't been enough space for us to discuss the issues that made us fill out the application in the first place. And so what I would suggest is that we try to just delineate and allow that, especially the work group space, to be more of a space where committee members can bring their ideas and their thoughts and get some clarity. And maybe that will help if staff don't feel overburdened by making the agendas for those spaces as well. So anyway, I feel your frustration, and I really felt it after the last meeting. And but I do want to say I've been really appreciative of all the opportunities staff have given us to learn. And I think, committees like this take a long time to set up and to get a flow and a rhythm together. And so please, let's all just give each other space and grace in the process.
Thank you. Are there other hands, Clerk Hall? And thank you, Member Stewart.
Chair Walker, CTC Commissioner Clarissa Falcone has her hand raised.
Commissioner Falcone, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Walker, and thank you, members of the AC. I was going to just listen in and, as always, support the efforts that you all are doing on behalf of the state and the work that we do. So thank you. And Chair Walker, I am very sorry to hear that you went through this. Usually I try to reach out to you at these hearings, but because it was in San Diego, I was running around and didn't have a chance to connect with you and Martha. So thank you for being in San Diego, and I do hope you feel better and that you rest your mind from the trauma that you experienced on that highway. So having said that, I wanted to kind of piggyback on Connie's comments about the work that you're all doing. The EAC is a monumental part of what we're doing in transportation. I want you all to recognize that. It's one of the things personally that I was most excited about in joining the CTC. Pleasantly, excited about what you're all doing, the creation at the time of an advisory board, and now it's a full committee. And I hope you all feel supported, that the commissioners want your voice in the work that we do. The fact that the commission has dedicated staff time and resources and has incorporated your suggestions for subcommittees and really digging into the work that we do is something that we support, and we want you to continue to engage. Every time we talk about guidelines and project selections, I mean, these are substantive things that you're all doing. This is moving things in the state, right? In a very substantive and tangible way. And I hope that the unfortunate things that you may have experienced doesn't discourage this group from doing this work, because it's so important. And Connie's right, it takes a while for such a tremendously huge undertaking as you're all as you've all volunteered to do, to really be established in something as huge as transportation, right? And so don't give up. You guys are already doing such important work. I hope you all know that. And we at the commission and the staff are very appreciative. We're all working together as a team. I hope you know that. And so I just felt compelled to jump in and respond to some of the comments in a respectful and with grace. I hope that you all stay with us and feel empowered that the work that you're doing is important. So, with that, I will turn it back over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Chair, you're on mute.
My apologies. I was just saying thank you for your support over the past 2 years and 3 years for folks like member Torres Van Vleck, who was on the previous body, and thankful for the support that you provide at the commission. Other hands?
Not seeing any other hands at the moment, Chair.
Great. Is there public comment for this item?
We do not have anyone indicating they'd like to make public comment on this item.
Well, I know that a number of the items on today's agenda are directly related to some of what I alluded to, including our subcommittee's update and the recommendations for CAPDI and our member report. So there'll be plenty of time to continue this discussion, assuming we get there. Moving to item number 4, approval of meeting minutes for April 5th and May 15th. We'll take those 2 sets of minutes together. Do I have a motion and a second for those?
Move to approve. This is Ana Gonzalez.
Motion to
Thank you,
second, Amber Novi.
Member Gonzalez is moving and Member Novi seconding, both also new subcommittee chairs. Is there any other discussion from members? Clerk Hall, if you could call the roll, please.
Vice Chair Armis Kelly,
So moved.
Alexander,
You're going to either up yay or nay, like aye or nay to approve the minutes.
Yay.
Great.
can you repeat that one more time, Vice Chair?
You guys are being funny. Yay!
Yay or aye. I'm sorry if I'm messing it up, Clerk Hall. Just trying to.
That was more than adequate. Thank you so much. Alexandria Contreras,
I
Ana Gonzalez,
Aye.
Herb Hastings, Gloria Huerta, Peggy Martinez,
Aye.
Amber Novi,
Aye.
Andres Ramirez,
Aye.
Michelle Rousey,
Aye.
Connie Stewart,
Aye.
Randy Torres Van Vleck,
Had to step away for a moment, but he'll be back.
thank you. Cheryl Villegas Walker, Christine Williams, Chair William Walker.
Aye.
And I'd like to check in one more time with Herb Hastings. I believe he has arrived.
There I am. I'm here.
And
Herb,
do you have a vote for the minutes, Member Hastings?
I'm staying because I wasn't here at the last meeting.
Not a problem.
The item is approved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Clerk Hall. We are now moving into item number 5, and I will say I actually was hoping to introduce Member Torres Van Vleck for this item because our local organization welcome is from the region of San Diego. I know that we have a commissioner from San Diego, but I don't know if the commissioner's aware. So I'm going to defer to staff and hand it over to Associate Deputy Director Sequoia Erasmus for item number 5.
Thank you, Chair Walker. I'd like to invite Guadalupe Rojas from the Mid-City Community Advocacy Network. Thank you for joining us today.
Of course. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. My name is Guadalupe Rojas, and I am a community organizer at Mid-City CAN. We're a nonprofit based in City Heights in San Diego County. And if we can go to the next slide, please. Here you can see our mission is to create a safe, productive, and healthy environment through collaboration, advocacy, and organizing. Next slide. We do this through different momentum teams. Currently, we have 4 active ones, and I am with the Improving Transportation in City Heights team. It's the transportation team known as ITCH. And if we can go to the next slide. One of the our main campaigns is the Youth Opportunity Pass program, which our community has advocated since 2011. So what is the Youth Opportunity Pass program, or YOP for short? It is a pilot program that started in May 2022, and it has allowed all youth 18 and under to ride all public transportation in the county at no cost. The program has allowed youth to get to places where they really need to go to, such as school, work, extracurricular activity, and other early career opportunities. And it has helped close the achievement gap. And moreover, it has helped reduce greenhouse gas emissions and eliminated the financial burden on youth and families. If we can go to the next slide, please. Here you can see our one-pager, which is what we use to communicate with people, present to agencies and whatnot, to just give them a brief summary of YOP, its benefits, why we continue to advocate for it. And here you see why youth for 24 and under. Ideally, we would like to expand the program and allow folks 24 and under to also use it. And if we can go to the next slide. Here you can see our YOP timeline, which just gives you a brief idea of the journey of the program, right? You can see that it took over a decade for the program to be implemented. The advocacy started in 2011, but it wasn't until 2021 that it was included in Sandag's regional plan, and it was implemented in May 2022. Initially, it was only supposed to last 1 year, it's a pilot program, so the initial deadline was June 2023, but due to its success, right now, it was extended for an additional year, and in December 2023, it was extended for 2 more years, due to the funding provided by SANDAG, which is the San Diego Association of Governments. You can go to the next slide. So Mid-City CAN works with these 2 agencies. One of them is SANDAG and the other one is MTS. SANDAG for the facilitation of the program and the funding, and the Metropolitan Transit System for operation purposes. So we do let both agencies know what challenges our communities members are having with the program, and some recommendations to make it better and allow more youth to use it. Our ultimate goal right now, and this is something that we conversation that we continue to have with both agencies, is to get the program out of its pilot phase and make it a permanent program. Okay, if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so back in December 2023, SANDAG released the YOP impact study to show how the program helped increase school attendance and how it benefited youth and families in the first year that it was implemented. We can go to the next slide. Here you can see some of those results. It was around 1,500 youth who were surveyed, and here you see some of the results from those surveys. If we can go to the next slide. If we look at the environmental aspect of it, YOP helped reduce vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. And next. So since May 2022, which is when the program was implemented, over 19 million rides have been made with YOP, both on bus and rail. So right now we continue to table at community events and schools to ensure more youth and community members are aware of the program and use it until June 2026, which is so far it is the proposed deadline. And in addition, if we can go to the next slide. In addition, we are part of the San Diego Transportation Equity Working Group. And this is a coalition composed of other community-based organizations in San Diego, like Environmental Health Coalition, City Heights CDC, and many others. We advocate for what we call the 10 transit lifelines. And what it is that they are 10 transit priorities identified by our communities. And here you have a list of all 10 of those. Mid-City CAN tracks YOP. And yeah, that is something that we continue to advocate for. We can go to the next slide. Another major transit priority that we advocate for at Mid-City CAN is the Purple Line, which is a major rail project that will connect many neighborhoods in the region. Here you can see a list of it and which the areas where this project is supposed to go through. Okay, next slide, please. And the way in which we continue to advocate for our transportation priorities is by staying engaged with SANDAG and are allowing our underrepresented populations have a voice in projects like the 2025 regional plan. If we can go to the next slide. This initial concept reflects some of our input, which is great. It shows that the agency is actually listening to us and regional planners are taking our input somewhere. We can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so lately we have been identifying funding sources to make YOP a permanent program. One of them is the Let's Go San Diego ballot measure, which is a citizens initiative. It is now Measure G. And the reason why we advocate for this is because some of the funding that will be collected from it would be allocated towards programs like YOP. And we continue, in addition to that, we continue to have conversations with agencies to let them know what are our community needs and what they want to make public transportation the best way to get around the region. So that is who we are and the kind of work that we do. Thank you all for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rojas. I hope I'm getting the title correct. And are there any comments or questions from members? I see a hand. Vice Chair Martha Armas Kelly, please go ahead.
First of all, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. We're really excited that you're here. I just have a question for you. I mean, that's a lot of great work that you've been doing in your community. What's next? What do you see or envision for your organization in the next 3 years?
Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. Something that we envision is not right now, but maybe next year, we want to start picking up on the YOP conversation because yes, we did get it extended for 2 more years, but sometime in May or maybe even earlier in 2026, we want to start having the conversation to identify, have SANDAG or perhaps MTS make it a legislative priority and help us identify funding sources to make this a permanent program. So that's something that we would like to do in the next 3 years. If we talk about more of like short-term goals, MTS implemented a verification requirement, and we see that as an additional barrier for many communities because some of them don't have access to technology, so they cannot, get through the process, or sometimes they're unable to go to the MTS office to get that verified. So just getting rid of those barriers, letting the agency know what is working, what is not. And something that we would like to do is to just make the program as simple as possible so that more youth can continue to benefit from it.
Thank you very much.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you both. I don't see any other hands right now, so what I will say right now is if you are a member of the committee, if you could use the raise hand feature if you'd like to make a comment, and I'll say the same to members of the public that might be waiting to speak. Now would be the time to raise your hand. it's on the control panel towards the bottom of the screen, as Clerk Hall so eloquently informed us at the beginning of the meeting. I would just like to say how beautiful, and I think Member Stewart threw it in the chat, and how great the presentation was. You know, I'm a little envious because I was hoping that we could have like a list of like a few things by the end, and we've still got time. We've got, you know, another 4 months to get that together. I'm curious, there's a youth fair, free fair program. Which colleges are included in that, and is it separate from this program, and do colleges have a free pass? I know there's the community colleges, there's UCSD, there's San Diego State University.
Yes, we know that we know that UCSD for sure, they have free transportation for students, and San Diego State is doing the same. But yeah, that is a challenge that we're having when we talk about 24 and under, because some universities and colleges, they're already providing it. So that's one of the major challenges that we see, just getting everybody on board. I know there's like some kind of fee that students have to pay, included in their tuition. So that is one of the main challenges that we see when we talk about 24 and under.
Well, and that being a new term for folks who haven't heard, the transitional age youth cohort, it's that age where you're an adult in the eyes of the government, but you're not quite there yet. Like you might be in school or might be trying to figure out how to pay for an apartment in San Diego, so on and so forth. I really thank you, Mr. Rojas, for presenting today. And I will add, this is one of the most well-attended EAC meetings I've ever seen. We've got 64 people on this call, and a lot of them are interagency leadership and state agency staff. What Ms. Rojas just presented is a great way of like looking at how we could be approaching the community. They already have the tools to interact with us and already have, you know, the ganas, as they say, or they already have, you know, the ability, and hopefully we can, you know, embrace that and uplift it. So, and I really appreciate you taking time out of your day to present to us, and hope we can stay in touch.
Of course, thank you so much.
All right. Is there public comment for item number 5, local organization welcome?
Chair, Member Stewart has her hand raised.
Oh, my fault. Member Stewart, please.
I'm so sorry. I wanted to ask Ms. Rose. So when you say transition age youth, are you talking about what Director Walker just said, or are you actually talking about people aging out of foster care and others?
No, it's exactly what was just mentioned. Those youth who are still, you know, trying to be financially independent. Right now, there is a program. It's called YOP Extend, and that one is for foster youth. So the program does go for ages 24 and under, but it's only if you were foster youth.
Well, so that's wonderful. You guys are going beyond what traditionally in rural communities, we have a lot of programs just for the foster youth, but we don't have the whole spectrum of transition age youth. So that's really exciting too. Thanks.
Of course.
Great. I think that we've exhausted our hands at this point. So stay put for 1 second, Mr. Haas, if we have public comment for your item. Clerk Remedios.
Chair, we're not seeing any requests to make public comment on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Rojas, again, as I said, please, our casa, su casa, please come on back, and we'll look forward to doing more work with you.
Of course. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I look forward to staying connected with all of you.
That's good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. We are moving right down this agenda to item number 6, interagency updates and remarks. We have lots of leadership in the House, and I imagine lots of updates from them, and I will hand it to Ms. Carolyn Abrams from Caltrans.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair Walker. Good afternoon, committee members. It's really wonderful to gather virtually with all of you today. Again, I'm Carolyn Abrams. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm a senior advisor on race and equity with the Caltrans Director's Office of Equity and Tribal Affairs. I'm a white woman in my mid-30s. I have short brown hair. I'm wearing glasses, and today I have on a very bright yellow shirt. Our interagency team has been working with your chair and vice chair to co-develop the content for today's meeting, including monthly coordination calls and an ongoing collaboration via email. So I want to extend my gratitude to the committee leadership and my team members at Caltrans, CTC, and CalSTA for all of their work to make this meeting possible. And I also want to thank our executive leadership and the commissioners for continuing to join us for these conversations. Your presence is appreciated, and we're really happy to have you. So as far as our interagency updates go, I'd like to just highlight a few efforts that have been underway since we last met in May. As far as housekeeping items go, we continue to make it a practice to conduct member briefings prior to these EAC meetings to review the agenda and materials. And several of our members were able to participate in a briefing prior to this meeting. I hope you found it useful. We always receive really valuable feedback through these briefings, which then helps inform the discussions that we have at the full committee meetings. Also, planning ahead for next year, the open application period for the EAC will launch this fall and remain open for approximately 2 months. So as we finalize the timeline and details for the member application and reappointment process, we will definitely keep all of you updated so that you can promote this opportunity to others and then also reapply for a seat on the committee if your term is coming to a close. And one last housekeeping item, we do anticipate having the 2025 EAC meeting calendar available for you all at the October meeting, so stay tuned for that. And then I just want to highlight for program activities that have been underway since we last met. As you all know, the committee created 3 ad hoc subcommittees at the April meeting, and we recently held the first subcommittee meetings for those 3 groups. So this includes a subcommittee on housing, infrastructure, and broadband, a subcommittee on walkability, disability, and complete streets, and a subcommittee on safety and climate. So you will hear more about the subcommittee efforts later in today's agenda, but I want to emphasize that staff think the subcommittees will be a really effective mechanism for members to advise our agencies. And we are continuing our work to identify ways that subcommittees can take on some of the items that have been highlighted in the interagency work plan. So there's more to come on that at future meetings. And with that, I will hand it back to you, Chair Walker.
Chair, you're
Chair
on
Walker.
mute.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Ms. Abrams. Questions for Ms. Abrams or for any of the interagency leadership? Seeing none, I will go ahead and call for public comment as my members are thinking about whether they have any questions for our interagency leadership. Public comment on the interagency update. Is there a public comment?
Chair Walker, we're not having any requests for public comment on this item.
All right, seeing no requests for public comment and no hands from my fellow members, I will move into item number 7, which brings us back to being right on time. Public comment from the public for items not on today's agenda. What will be on the remainder of the agenda is our subcommittee updates, discussion and possible action to approve climate action plan for transportation infrastructure ad hoc subcommittee recommendations, our kickoff committee for discussing the key vision, mission, and policy principles for transportation equity, SB 1121 needs assessment update, and member report. So if you're speaking on any of those items, it would be nice if you could hold off until we get to those items. If you have comment on anything other than those items, now would be the time from members of the public. Do we have any requests from the public? Clerk Remedios.
Chair Walker, we did have one hand raised.
Right.
Beck Levin.
Could you say that one more time?
Beck Levin.
Okay, great. Beck Levin, welcome back to the EAC. I know that name. Please, you have, I believe we're doing 2 minutes, or are we doing 3 minutes?
2 minutes, Chair.
Thank you. 2 minutes. Beck Levin, welcome.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, and thank you, Commissioner Clark, for inviting me to speak. I really appreciate this opportunity. I was at the last Equity Advisory Committee meeting that was in Orange County, and I just want to reemphasize the need for earmarked paratransit funding in the government budget. We in Orange County are seeing cuts regularly to services and paratransit. And so additional funding would be enormously helpful for that. Additionally, if any guidance could be released on accommodations, specifically reasonable accommodations regarding wheelchairs, and the size of wheelchairs for paratransit and the accommodation process for that, it would be immensely helpful, especially in our case for Orange County. That's all I really had to say. Thank you so much for having me. Over.
Thank you, Beck, and I hope that we can invite you in to give us some expert knowledge on, or subject matter knowledge on the topic once we're able to assign that to a subcommittee. Other public comment, Clerk Bermudez.
Chair Walker, not seeing any other requests to speak to this item. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So if for any reason a member of the public comes late and missed this item, we'll try to offer that opportunity after our closing and next steps. Moving on to item number 8, our subcommittee update. And I believe I'm supposed to go to each of my chairs for this update. Am I correct on that?
Chair Walker, if you don't mind, I wanted to provide a little bit of context before we hand it over to the subcommittee chairs to give their chair reports.
Great, that's perfectly fine. Ms. Abrams, please proceed.
Wonderful. So as I mentioned before, we've had our three ad hoc subcommittees convene for the first time earlier this month. And all of the subcommittee members already got this rundown, but I think for the benefit of the full committee, it would be helpful to give some context and talk about the criteria that subcommittees basically have to meet in order for them to function effectively. Next slide.
Member Abrams, I know that I'm not having a hard time hearing you, but your voice got considerably lower. So if you could reposition your microphone.
Is this better?
That is much better. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So really quickly, I want to share, just for everybody's understanding, that we have both the option to create ad hoc subcommittees, which are temporary and have a very clear goal and timeline. And then there's also the option to create permanent subcommittees through an amendment to the charter. So what we're talking about today are 3 ad hoc subcommittees that have been formed. They were voted on at the April meeting. And so these are temporary in nature, but with that being said, there is always an opportunity to reinstate these subcommittees if the members see that there's still a need for the subcommittees to operate. There's always an option to make them permanent subcommittees, or there's an option to allow the subcommittees to sunset at the end of the 1 year or whenever their work has been accomplished. And so we have a lot of flexibility with these. But in the work that the subcommittees do, I want to just mention that they are also able to consult with key partners, community members, and other policy experts to advance the work that they've been tasked with. And with each of our subcommittees, we have a chair, and the chairs are responsible for reporting on the subcommittee activities at each of these full committee meetings. So the full EAC will always get a report back from each of the subcommittees on their ongoing efforts. Subcommittees are also in a position to propose recommendations for approval by the entire committee. And so if they're working on an effort and they want to make recommendations that the full committee supports, they can bring those forward at one of these meetings. And with that, our interagency staff will always share back with the respective agencies any of the recommendations that have been approved, and then we will report back to the full committee on the status of those recommendations being made. So that's some of the context around how subcommittees function and operate. And then I want to just highlight some of the criteria to keep in mind for subcommittees. So any of the work that a subcommittee is pursuing must fall within the larger committee scope. The activities of the subcommittee must align with the interagency work plan. And again, that's a living document, which we are always trying to co-create and identify new opportunities for the committee members to provide advisory support. So we have a lot of flexibility with that. But I also want to note that ideally, our subcommittee members not only have the interest, but also the capacity to serve on a subcommittee. So these are, as it stands right now, these are optional. Not everyone needs to serve on a subcommittee, but members can serve on one or more if they would like. And then we've talked about this before, but we want to make sure that our interagency staff have adequate capacity to support the subcommittee activities. The way it stands right now with the three, we're talking about setting up monthly subcommittee meetings. Staff have capacity to support that, but we just want to keep that in mind for any meetings that need to be publicly noticed. We'll need some staff administrative capacity to do that. And then finally, proposed recommendations anything coming out of the subcommittee that's a recommendation of the subcommittee must be allowable per the committee charter. Next slide. And at the first subcommittee meetings, we did appoint chairs for each of these subcommittees. So I wanted to highlight what the responsibilities are for each of these chairs before handing it over to them for their reports. So first and foremost, the subcommittee chair is responsible for working with interagency staff to develop the agenda and the materials for the subcommittee meetings. They're also responsible for facilitating the subcommittee meetings. They will always report back on subcommittee activities at each of the full EAC meetings. And it's also their responsibility to introduce any recommendations or actions that the subcommittee would like the full committee to consider. Next slide. And in terms of recommendations, since this is a really critical piece of moving a lot of the committee's work forward, wanted to highlight the process that these recommendations would go through. So to begin with, a subcommittee can develop recommendations based on their subject matter expertise and the topic area or issue area that they're working on. They can then bring those, first, the subcommittee would vote to bring those recommendations to the full committee. And that vote would take place at one of their subcommittee meetings. And then the committee would consider and vote on any of these proposed recommendations at one of our full committee meetings. Again, these are all publicly noticed, like the meeting that we're having today. And then CTC, Caltrans, and CalSTA would receive any recommendations that have been approved by the full committee. And those would be put forward with the backing of the entire committee. So with that, I'll pause for any questions that folks have on just criteria for subcommittees or any responsibilities or process about recommendations. Yes, Martha.
Well, I just want some clarity on one area in specific. When we're going back to give our report, I really this is something that I think that is going to be important, is to make sure that we have a written report. I know that today, for sake of time and how we were, kind of moving in on this process, that I'm just going to pretty much highlight some of the discussion that we had over in our subcommittee meeting for safety and climate. However, I think that what you're asking is a little bit more specific, and to have a written report that we could disseminate for everyone to be able to see, have an ability to be able to comment, and even maybe have their own recommendations that they'd like to see, and then we convene. And then when it's brought back, we can just highlight over the key pieces of that said document, and then be able to have, move on those actionable items so that we can all be aware. Because I think that as it is right now, I don't think I don't know, I don't speak on everyone's behalf, but I don't feel that I have a report as specific and as tangible as I would like for the rest of the committee today. So I will go ahead and just brief over what was discussed, but I think that for the next time that we come back, we need to be, and it could be something that staff will be able to help and assist us in how it should be structured and ourselves as well. But really just so that we have something that could be documented and archived in a way that if anyone wanted to see it, it would show just kind of a visual timeline of what our movement and processes have been, and just more accountability for all of us. And it includes us and moves us, I think, to have a little more accountability on what we're reporting back.
Thank you, Martha. I do appreciate that suggestion, and I'm seeing some agreement in the chat from Anna. We can absolutely make that happen. Written chair's report for each of the subcommittees can always be submitted, and we can make sure that that's available as part of the meeting materials. So we can definitely do that moving forward. Any other questions or comments on this before I hand it over to the subcommittee chairs?
I'll just say that I think that it's very important to write reports. And what I tried to do is to do that by example. And it wasn't because I have time to write reports every month, but because it's the only way that we will document the things that we want to see. And even the things that are being written in the chat could be a report. Like Member Rousey mentioned that chairs are getting bigger and concurred with the public comment that was heard from Beck Levin in Orange County. That could be a part of a report, even if it's not on a committee. Like, I want everyone here to see their power and their ability to actually engage. And rather than, assuming we don't have the power, just like run with that power until you're told not to run with it, because it's important that you're all heard. I think people are tired of hearing me, to be quite honest. And that's their problem. But I hope that my leading by example is not preventing y'all from feeling like you aren't welcome to do that as well. But I also know that we all are busy people. I'm not seeing any further hands. So Ms. Abrams, if you'd like to call on committee chairs.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Walker. So I would like to first hand it over to Martha Armis Kelly as the subcommittee chair for safety and climate. Following Martha, I will have Michelle Rousey give her chair's report for the Walkability, Disability, and Complete Streets subcommittee. And then Cheryl Villegas Walker is the subcommittee chair for the Housing, Infrastructure, and Broadband subcommittee. She's not here today, so I'll provide an update on her behalf and then open it up to those subcommittee members if there's anything that I missed that they would like to share. So with that, Martha, I will hand it over to you.
Great, thank you so much. Well, as the chair for the subcommittee meeting for safety and climate, we met on 8/6/24. We had a roll call: Michelle Rousey, Cheryl Villegas Walker, William Walker, myself. Anna Gonzalez was not present. Amber Novi was not present as well, but we also had Brandy Fleming, Kat Kim, Mike Jones, and San Saturn present. We did our tribal acknowledgement, and we didn't have any public comment. The topics of areas of interest for the committee, again, Carol provided an overview on the context and the criteria for the subcommittee. And we were made aware that it would be 1 year, that it would not be permanent, as she had discussed prior to myself, my report. But I noted here that Carol provided an overview of the work plan and kind of set the framework for us to kind of understand that the work should be able to align with our goals and outcomes. I did mention that nothing was brought forth on the presentation where we're actually putting safety and climate issues on the agency list, and we need to address ideas on safety and climate, and that it's not represented in the work plan. I was really concerned about that, but I was brought to my attention that there are examples that will be able to contribute so that this will be addressed. And it was more of an outline for us to be able to kind of just get an idea of what we'd like to see and what they'd like to see in inclusion with the framework of the interagency. I would like to see, when I mentioned that I would like to see input of the EAC members related to safety and climate shared, and what are the things that should be considered in identifying these efforts. Michelle said that she thought that the committee could make sure that there is language that represents the committee's goals. I think that there are major issues around climate change and transit as a whole, and addressing these concerns would be great, as said by Michelle Rousey. William echoed what I had said, that a clear work plan and opportunities that are not exclusively the only thing that we'll be working on in the committee members, but also to see that our ideas are reflected and shared during our meetings. It took 3 months for us to meet after this creation, and we'd like to flag this because capacity is very important. No one that does 100% EAC work, noting it says that no one does 100% EAC work, then we all have other things that we do, and we've still accomplished something over the last year. They also don't have full-time jobs, and this is why we don't always come to the knowledge that we should be, and we haven't been shared in the past meetings. It says, would like to see info shared. So going back to that idea, and just on a side note, again, reinforcing the need to have some type of report so that everyone is aware. Had meetings about EQI and have talked about the work plan issues in the past meetings, different funding areas, and how equity being added to them can bring feedback on the work plan and opportunities for our past meetings. He would also like to see ideas reflected from the EAC as well. They brought forth ideas they'd like to discuss at these meetings. It's nice to have that brought forth. Now having to pull from memory is sometimes hard. So something in a written form that we could, again, be able to reflect back on. Carolyn says the staff has past information and it's all documented and they can be pulled from now on. But right now for this present meeting, it's time to brainstorm. And I mentioned, it says Martha, and general climate change creating impacts on how we travel, movement of goods, effects on economic development, and that the context impacts safety, subject to many other different weather conditions at any time, drought, flash flood, fires, etc., can all happen at once. Conditions have changed. People are working and traveling in these conditions, and people have some sense of safety in these conditions, and as it is expected. But for myself, I'm looking at right now, I was at Chicken Ranch, and I was looking at the foothills and being in Jamestown, California. I was looking and noticing that there weren't that many outlets or areas to be able to mitigate disaster. So I mentioned that we should start looking on how to making these corridors safe for others. Michelle brought in Michelle Rousey. Remember, Michelle Rousey said that there should be some language in this with the committee, and that others see things differently, and they could be brought forth in language and safety. So using the correct words so that we understand it. So important to look at climate and see how it affects people, transit, as well as pollution and other things. How green we become as a state is dependent on how the infrastructure as a whole is brought forth, and transit has a big role to play in that. This committee can look at that and bring language to the table. Carolyn brought forth that she shared some examples and the things that the work plan could align in this and best be utilized, including the EQI, which is the Caltrans Safety Program. Carolyn also shared that some agencies and others could participate in this and making it easier because it would be an easier lift for us. We should also note that we'd like to establish, and this is myself, the criteria to do base decisions. Do projects have plans to address climate? Do they have safety or a backup plan? We're looking at the 99 corridor and issues with rain. We contracted out with a company that didn't have a backup plan. And that was more of the discussion about mitigation. If something goes wrong, what can we make sure that the RFPs include requests for safety plans and those considerations in case something does go wrong. What are they going to do to make it better? The need to structure a framework and do RFP to request contractors to have something to bring forth to the state or community is not covered. It says here, not just that the project is funded and is ready to go, but they have to have things checked so that if something happens or these variables come into play because of climate change, that we have some way of changing this. And that way, when we look at the index, we can say we have the criteria and we have satisfied and we are indeed in alignment with what we need to do to bring safety into these corridors. Carolyn and the other committee, Peggy, mentioned opportunity to weigh in on the language around policy and processes, elevating inclusive language with people of disability. This was especially noted by her because there are many opportunities in which we don't use the language. If we see language inclusion important to how policy is implemented, we need to put it forth in a language around safety and climate so that less things slip through the cracks. Can we look at the programs and guidelines and language or other policies in the EQI with information that could be included on their behalf? Myself, health is important as well, part of safety and how it is dispersed into the community. If we have good health considerations and good health outcomes that can be reported back and looked at as a model for safety and climate and what it really is to be considered and to really evaluate these conditions and how to make projects meet or best or to make them best suited so that these parameters can be reported back and looking on how above and beyond we are not falling short. Setting up the language and construct on what we have included in the space, taking on that project and how it satisfies or does not satisfy and what's missing. Sheriff Villegas Walker said, with all the climate change policy impacts and now seeing homeowners insurance and renters insurance almost unattainable for people in California, we want to look at some of the real life impacts that these climate change situations have been mitigating on people. Taking a look on what is being done in the leg space or regulatory space, unaffordability or unavailability of insurance due to climate change. William Walker, with regard to equity communities, he said that the highest climate adaptation communities that suffer the most for the climate issues and pedestrian deaths or pollution for transportation or infrastructure are the communities that are the most underrepresented in terms of population, including Black, Latino, and Asian. Hopes that the agenda for this committee keeps that in mind. He worked on the AT plan for San Francisco Active Communities Plan, and the mayor opposed the bike lane. It says here that he proposed, there was a bike lane that was proposed in Chinatown and it didn't have the backing of the people who lived in the community. When looking at climate and safety, we need to incorporate the communities to support them and help them in their community, not pricing people out with investment. Myself, even if working on other things we need to report back to the EAC to show how we're connecting our work to the communities, whether it's bike lanes. I mentioned that my friend's son was killed. His name was Oscar Rodriguez, and he was 15 years old on July 25th. He was killed on a corridor. And it was in town, in the town of Merced. But I noted that recently this corridor connects with highway and the city, and that something needs to be done to buffer high speeds. In other words, when you have these infrastructures that are from the freeway to the main towns that they're connected or boulevards, that we need to create some type of a slowing down or process of even having a roundabout to slow the traffic down so that it doesn't come full force from the freeway into town, because this is one of the areas of impact for many communities. We need to go to communities that need mitigations to show how the safety improvements can work and address these issues. What communities can do to help facilitate the changes. Oftentimes, the money isn't there to make these changes. We need to educate people to let community know what limitations are and what we can do to make things better and what they can do to make their communities better within their own jurisdictions. Making it clear that the rules.
Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
I really hate to be this person because I'm the person that's charged with time. What I'd like you to do right now is in like 2 to 3 sentences summarize what's remaining on your document.
I think overall, I'm sorry. I really don't want to miss out on some of the comments that others people have, brought forth. But again, I would have wanted to write it and just summarize. But in an overall understanding, we need to really create a framework for language and safety and inclusion with regards to climate change and safety. And that goes for those that are disabled, as well as our seniors and our disadvantaged communities. We need to promote education so that these groups and even communities can understand the narratives. We need to also include more information on how the government and these policies mitigate some of these outcomes for folks, and understanding that sometimes funding will reach communities after the fact, and most folks do not understand that process. So bringing that into a discussion, as Member Cheryl Walker mentioned, there's other byproducts of these climate change impacts that we need to look at. So for our first meeting, I think that we really kind of just had a great brainstorming session. I think for the next meeting, we'll come back with a little bit more precise and definitive ideas on how to tackle some of these needs in the community, and maybe even bring back a little bit more robust understanding on the information. One thing I do want to note is that in the meeting, there was a discussion about making sure that we use stakeholder groups and experts that are familiar with these stratifications, and how we can maybe report back to the EAC and have these learning components in our own meetings as well as for the community, so that we can be a vehicle to bring that attention to those needs in the settings that we do have and the ability that we do have. And that is power, because knowledge is power. So that's my report. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And I don't think you should apologize at all. What I think that this demonstrates is that it takes infrastructure for us to be able to do all the things that we need to do as far as organizing our subcommittees. And I love that leadership is here, because you can see that we need some support so that we can have the resources and be able to pull these things together, so that, you know, we're getting everything within the time frame that we have. Thank you, Chair Ms. Kelly. Do you want me to introduce the other subcommittee chairs, or would you like to, Ms. Abrams?
You can continue, Chair Walker. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Dan.
I will hand it to Ms. Chair Michelle Rousey. How about that? Does that work? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Hello there. And we pigeonholed you into this one, so I gotta say thank you. Member Rousey took it for the team, because we all looked around at each other and we're like, we don't have time. And I think everyone on the committee is a chair. So Chair Rousey.
All right, thank you, everybody. And my report out is not going to be anywhere near comprehensive as our last one, but
Member Rousey, I failed to say the committee name, and the committee is Walkability, Disability, and Complete Streets. Pardon me. And so please proceed.
I was about to do it, but thank you. Okay, so we basically did a roll call, and so Peggy was there, myself, William, Anna, and others were staff, Kat Kim, Laura Ken Baker, Ryan Carrillo Kavek, and Edgar Hernandez, Brandy Fleming, and Ann Stem. And I actually mentioned in the chat that if we're typing in chat, just to make people from a little bit more aware that when we're chatting in chat, a lot of people with screen readers have their screen readers on, and so that will be chatting in the background, and sometimes that can be distracting to our blind members who use screen readers. So we need to think about that, and that was something I brought up in the meeting. So we did tribal acknowledgements. There was no public comment. And you know, each of the subcommittees were presented by Carol, and she provided an overview of the subcommittee and the limitations of being on the ad hoc ability for ESA to make it a permanent committee, et cetera, like she discussed before. And I don't want to necessarily repeat that whole process. Peggy was curious why the committee would end in April of 2025, because our first meeting wasn't until August. Makes sense. But Peggy, sorry, Caroline, the committee cannot, stated that the committee can always reinstate an ad hoc subcommittee if there's still a need for it after 1 year, or the committee can put forth a motion to amend the charter. And like I said, I'm not going to repeat everything that Carol said earlier because it's basically what I'm doing now. William, to Peggy's comment regarding timelines, one of the reasons when he proposed the 3 subcommittees as org set up right now, didn't think staff had capacity to do more than 3. Need to have discussion about charter. When polled everyone about interest, only vice chair and chair expressed interest in the governance. Talking about the governance issues, perhaps the subcommittee chairs, vice chair, and chair would have subcommittee to discuss charter governance changes. Also can renew the subcommittee with the same name. So I brought up in last subcommittee a cross issue of interest in active transportation relating to housing and transportation for walkable and disability. Affordable housing needs to be considered. Basically, I was stating that there's a lot of cross disability issues with housing because I had attended the housing subcommittee. So wondering about senior and disability issues need to be included. William stated need a voice in writing public on the folks that use active transportation and people with mobility challenges was missing from the conversations with the MPOs. For next subcommittee, rank items and understand if there is overlap and help decide if need to adjust the existing subcommittee structure. Peggy, which agencies actually work with the paratransit and transit providers? There was a question. Is their subcommittee being asked to have an opportunity to look at language and policy? That is how she sees their voices are limited time and capacity to invert consideration of folks with disabilities, seniors, etc., into existing programs. For her, it's a language thing. Updating guidelines is where we can be of value. There's specifics, but also generally that there can be addressed, that there will affect the entirety of how things are done in the state. Sequoia, partially confusing on concept of transit opportunities in work plan and others beyond the work plan, coming together of staff and getting priorities back out to the agencies to say what priorities are for subcommittee and then asking what will be relevant to bring to the group. Note that the list is not final, exhaustive, but where we are a work plan development and having discussion can help staff get priorities to bring to the subcommittee. Also, staff finding that the WDCS on one of the items another work group on a different focus of an item. So basically they're wondering if two subcommittees are basically discussing the same issue, but maybe in a different way, to try to figure out, since the two servers can't work on the same things, but if working on 2 different parts, is that possible? So there's a little bit of discussion in that area, and that was good. Carolyn, good point about language impacting change in policy. If interest area of subcommittee that whether it's program guidelines or process policy items bring the subcommittee and or telling our agency staff the interest. I stated really likes what was said about making sure the expertise in different areas and ability to work on different aspects of the same thing. Also, I stated that William said the importance of paratransit integration. Paratransit still not available the same day in many places. Also likes that Peggy said about us using language to get across the barriers found in the past on where they need to be involved in changes in transportations throughout the state. Peggy it stated it's about elevating inclusive language, making sure disability is there, and specifically about disability. We do the same a lot in DE language about race and gender, and disability isn't often included. And need to insert it across the board, not just in what they give input on, but also understanding the agreement from all three agencies. Disability access is included, just needs to be there. One thing that needs to be there, disability access needs to be included up front and not be afterthought. I hear that a lot about disability language not being an afterthought. That comes up in a lot of my meetings that I do. But she also stated it needs to be an equal and visible part of any policy discussion. 25% of the population having disability is a significant thing. And then we had a vote on who would be chair, and then Sequoia recognizing me as chair, we had a vote. The members agreed that, and I agreed that I would take on being chair of the subcommittee. And as chair of the DACLEX Transportation Subcommittee, I was wondering if there's any gaps this subcommittee could help fill in related to scope of where this group is focused and how we can engage what the DACLEC, which is the Disability and Aging Community Living Transportation Subcommittee, has been doing, and the opportunities to expand and broaden reach. That was Sequoia. I stated some of what I was doing in local state transportation assessments also focused on seniors and people who use paratransit to get down to the nitty gritty of what needed for population, so many gaps in services, so many times their voices aren't heard. Part of getting on the ESA is promoting the words matter, and the wording currently isn't in there, even in the aging plan. It's left out of our master plan on aging. Anyways, and it was gutted. So low on priorities for agencies, recognizing disability and senior needs, angle with equity, whatever we can do to put focus on the inclusion of disability language.
Remember Rosie, and I thought it was just me, but there's a little static interference on your microphone. So I don't know if it's maybe if you need to turn a certain way so that it's not picking up, but if you can't fix it, it's fine. Well, it's the interpreters were just inquiring about it.
Is that better?
That's much better. Please proceed.
I didn't move it. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. Peggy added thoughts in addition to paratransit ideas of William and Michelle would like to learn more about the that and or provide input on active transportation. A lot of people with disabilities walk, don't drive, interest in infrastructure for walking. Need to allow people down, systems allowed to occur 45 miles per hour on college campuses in urban. And, we were talking about how fast they go on some of the campuses or near the campuses of the colleges. I would promote traffic safety as well. How community is engaged is of interest in addition to other topics shared. William served on the AT committee for active community plan for San Francisco for city. What he found, he wanted to include more of just bike and ped policies for able-bodied folks, but work was still very able I agree. Came up with interventions, example, bike lanes.
Let me restate what you just said about me, because I know that the interpreter said that they're still getting the static, and I'm not sure if it's something that I'm not sure, because you were fine and then all of a sudden it started. But what Chair Rousey was saying is that that when we're looking at able-bodied bike pedestrian policy, it needs to also apply to folks who are not as able-bodied, and so I find that disability is left out a lot in the active transportation space. Go ahead, Chair Rousey.
Yeah. Is that better again?
It's better right now, and ask us after your next sentence.
Sorry, guys. Just interrupt me if it goes back. It might be in how I'm moving around and switching to the day, so I apologize. Okay, so Peggy, now there are a lot of best practices out there that bike lanes shared on paths are part of walkability, and there are actually materials to separate peds, bikes, and can be managed by wheelchair users as well. That was a great conversation, by the way, you guys, about how some of our wheelchairs use bike lanes. Meeting scheduled, we agreed to meet monthly. So we'll be getting out a schedule for people to figure out when we can meet again, and it'll be monthly. And Peggy nominated me, William seconded. And I just gave a little bit of stipulations because I had some health issues last week. So that day we heard potential topics of area of interest for the subcommittee, paratransit, bus transit integration, active transportation programs and funding.
Member Ozzy, I'm gonna, just like I had to cut in for Vice Chair Amos Kelly, I'm gonna stop you there just so that we don't lose time for questions if there are questions. And I'm gonna, if you don't mind, and I really thank you for such a detailed report. Also thank Chair Amos Kelly for your detailed report. And I'm gonna hand it to Ms. Abrams to provide a report on our final committee. And I hope that I know that we're at the early part of this, but like, as much as we can uplift the ability for other members to stand in when folks can't make it, it would really just offer. It's been great to hear other leadership voices today from other folks, and anytime that we have this opportunity, it would be great to have a committee member providing a report. Ms. Abrams, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Walker. So on behalf of Cheryl, who is the subcommittee chair for the Housing, Infrastructure, and Broadband Subcommittee, and she's not able to attend today, I'm going to give a quick overview of what was discussed during the first subcommittee meeting on August 5th, and then I'll open it up to any other subcommittee members that want to share or add anything that I may have missed. So based on the discussion that was held at that first meeting, several priorities came forth out of that conversation around what the subcommittee really wants to work on. And this includes broadband efforts and moving this forward. It also includes understanding the points of intersection of our three agencies as it relates to housing, and also exploring ways to advance active transportation infrastructure in relation to housing. There was also a lot of conversation around the fact that we acknowledge that this was just the first of many conversations. Hopefully that was just the start of the subcommittee having an opportunity to converse with each other and figure out what their priorities are, what they want to move forward, if there are items from the interagency work plan that they want to focus on. So with that, the subcommittee agreed that they would like to meet monthly moving forward, starting in September. And the subcommittee also appointed Cheryl as the chair of the subcommittee. And then just for everybody's benefit, the members of this subcommittee as it currently stands include Ana Gonzalez, Amber Novi, Michelle Rousey, Connie Stewart, Randy Torres Van Vleck, Cheryl Villegas Walker, William Walker, Christine Williams, Gloria Huerta, and Herb Hastings. So with that, I will open it up to any of the other subcommittee members that want to share takeaways from that meeting.
Are there hands for that? Seeing none, I'll quickly, Member Rousey, please proceed.
Sorry, I enjoyed being and attending the housing subcommittee. I and Herb brought up some really good things in that subcommittee about the cross with disability and seniors and housing, and how housing, the infrastructure is, at least from my point of view, is just not there. And I really like that we're going into different topics around that, and what's needed for the housing and transportation as a combination. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I'll just quickly state that in addition to understanding the relationships between the three interagencies that we advise as the EAC, I'm sorry, the three state agencies that we advise as the interagency EAC, something that I thought would also be important is to understand the relationship with agencies that do have purview over housing, and that's typically our MPOs, because they often, even though they don't have land use authority, they often are operating transit agencies that have land that they are placing transit-oriented developments on, and understanding how other state agencies matrix across that, with programs like ASIC, the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program that's overseen by the Strategic Growth Council, and how general plan guidelines from our Office of Planning and Research, now called the Office of Land Use, Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation. So understanding how those different organizations and any other organizations that have any oversight of dispersing housing funds, and obviously housing and community development being the main agency and overseeing the RENA process, which is the Regional Housing Needs Assessment process. I'm trying to do my best to make sure I define every acronym that comes out of my mouth, making sure that we can look at how those agencies interface with the three agencies, CalSTA, Caltrans, CTC, so that we can understand what our purview really is. What recommendations can we make that will actually be heard? I think that wraps it for that item. I will ask if there's, and I should have done this a little bit earlier, public
Chair, Member
comment.
Stewart has her hand raised.
Oh, Member Stewart, pardon me.
Sorry, I just want to speak up and amplify what I said earlier. I really appreciate the space and the subcommittees getting going. However, there are issues that we have all brought forward, and as you all know, I constantly talk about broadband, and there actually was not space at the committee meeting for me to bring broadband issues forward. I do want the committee to understand that right now there's about $5 billion that is being programmed right now. We are running out of months to have any say in whether and how this money is put on the ground. Caltrans right of way is being used for middle mile. I know that there are equity locations for a lot of reasons that are being left out. Originally, the plan was 10,000 miles of broadband. According to the website today, we're now down to 8,000 miles. Many of those decisions hurt our target populations. And I know in my district, I've had conversations about, well, why did certain areas come out and the impact on those areas? But we are running out of time to even have this discussion. And just for an example, I will let you know there's a new program coming out from the from the feds, that will give free laptops to everybody who's in an affordable housing facility. Those programs will not be able to go to places where we have equity members If we do not make sure that we are investing these Caltrans right of ways in the right locations, as I've said repeatedly, and I'm going to say again, our major newspapers in the state of California have all done op-eds about their concern. And I had really hoped that I at least would have an opportunity in the work group to talk about how to bring this item onto the agenda so that the whole committee could get an update on this, because this will impact our clientele, the folks that we're supposed to be representing for decades. This is big money to get this infrastructure in place. And like I said, by January, there will be no opportunity for us to speak on this. So, I had hoped that I would have an opportunity at the committee. I really didn't. The committee with big issues around housing and other infrastructure isn't the space. So I'm going to just ask the committee if I can work with staff to get an item on our agenda in October so that we can start to understand this. Like I said, I have great relationships in broadband, but I just learned that, one of my routes came out of the map. And so the most remote communities in my region and the most remote schools in my region are not going to get to be able to take part in any of the digital equity programs that are coming. This is happening all over the state. So I would really like, I had hoped that I would be able to do it in the committee and that we could be able to talk about it. But as I said, it was so structured, there really wasn't space for committee members to bring things forward. But I'd ask that before the end of this meeting, that you all would amplify or agree to finally have the broadband discussion I've been trying to have for 3 years. Thank you.
So I echo everything you're saying. I was thinking about broadband among many other topics when I wrote my chair's report to this committee and to the commission this month. And, I think that the discussions that we have about agenda development, if they're not working the way that they work right now, we need to figure out how they can work. And, maybe it's, we have 2 meetings a month as leadership members, Martha, myself, and the staff members. Maybe one of those meetings should be public so that we can have a discussion about the agenda with all of the folks who would like to come to that agenda review. Because as it stands now, I missed the meeting for this agenda review, and I know that that's my fault, but it's amazing to me that we can have an agenda review.
If I could add, I just want to address Member Stewart's
Can I finish my
comments?
sentence?
Sure.
Yeah, and then I can recognize.
I wasn't sure if you saw my hand.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to go to hands as soon as I'm done with my statement. But yeah, I think that it behooves us to look at how we can get agenda review done in a way that folks feel that we're actually moving items as a committee efficiently. I'll also add that there was a broadband item that went to commission in May, and I spoke at public comment for that item. It was in orange, and it was stated at that meeting that that the discounts for affordability for the affordability connectivity plan that was created during the pandemic for folks who couldn't afford full price internet. It was said that program was still going, and I, the program had cut me off in April, and I shared that, and wasn't well received. And we had a meeting in May where we could have had a resolution from this body to impact broadband. That study was approved by the commission, but it would have been great if the EAC could have had the ability to weigh in on that as a committee, not just as me being a layperson and not being able to represent the EAC at public comment. Going back to the stack, Associate Deputy Director Erasmus.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to address Member Stewart's comment as well. We really apologize on behalf of the staff for the confusion for the initial subcommittee meeting. And we weren't intending to kind of erase broadband. There was just some confusion on the naming of it, but we have, reestablished that broadband is absolutely part of the committee name, and we are also working to bring it to as a topic to the full committee. So please know, and we definitely want to work with you to make sure that we're getting the right communications in place. So thank you for.
And thank you, Sequoia, so much for taking my frustrated phone call in the middle of your busy day, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
I see hands. Vice Chair Armis Kelly, followed by Staff Attorney, I'm probably getting the title wrong, but Counsel Salisbury. Vice Chair Armis Kelly.
Yes, committee member Stewart, I want to apologize if we made you feel like that wasn't something that we were seen as tantamount. The equity issues centered around broadband are critical for all Californians because of our economic climate. It can change at any time. Someone that may have access may lose access, and those that don't have access need access. So I just would like to see if we can motion that we move this item and expedite a time to address this so that we can include this on the calendar, because again, if we're that close to a timeline, even to have a decision or even to bring a recommendation, we're going to need time. So can we do that?
I know that I can probably take that during item 12. I probably can't take it right now because I see a legal hand. So I'm going to say, let's discuss that at item 12 for member reports and discussion for future meeting topics. Does that answer your question, Vice Chair?
Yes, thank you.
Sure. And nothing further, correct?
Correct.
All right. Ms. Salisbury.
Thank you, Chair Walker. I think you picked up on probably what I was going to say. I was just going to highlight for everyone on the committee item number 12 that gives them the opportunity to propose agenda items, but also to make committee members aware that if between meetings they have an item that they think would be of interest for the full committee to put on the agenda, they can always notify staff of that, and then staff can advise you of that when you and the vice chair have your meeting to set the agenda topics.
Perfect. I appreciate that. That was the guidance I was going to give on item 12. I was really trying to but you called it. You saw that the recommendation was going to be made. What I'll also add is we may want to consider, we moved our reports to the end of the meeting because we wanted to give credence to our guests, but it might behoove us to look at where we put item 12, because often we don't have our full cohort at the end of the meeting when we're making those suggestions. And so that's something that we can also discuss in our briefings and discuss more on item number 12. Member Martinez. If
All
you
right. Can
are
you hear
ready.
me?
Yes, there you
Okay.
are. Hello, please proceed.
So now basically my screen reader is no longer working, so I'm operating without it, which on the one hand is good because it doesn't make a bunch of noise. On the other hand, I'm kind of like not clear on what's going on. But I wanted to raise my hand, and thank you, Sequoia, for helping me with that. First thing is I would really like to support the Connie's request about broadband. It sounds like everybody's on board, and that we are going to be addressing it and discussing it and elevating it and moving it forward. So I'm really happy about that because it's hugely important for very rural places. The second thing is that, when I've had suggestions for agenda items, I've just sent a note to staff and they've usually appeared. Although I'm really interested in hearing about the high-speed rail project at some point, just saying that out loud while I'm here. But yeah, I just mainly wanted to elevate or just amplify Connie's suggestions because broadband in rural locations is crucial. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Member Martinez. I'm gonna let folks know that I'd like to wrap this item because I want to make sure that we can have enough time to discuss our only action item today. It's a report back from our ad hoc subcommittee on CAPDI. So members of the public, this would be your time to consider if you'd like to make public comment. I see that if Beck Levin is still here, I'd like you to make a public comment regarding this item if you're willing, but that's up to you. I don't see other hands of my fellow members. Is that correct, members? That's correct. So I'm not seeing any hands raising. So I'd like to hand it to Clerk Remedios to see if we have public comment for item number 8.
Chair Walker, the only public comment I see is the written comment from Beck Levin.
Okay.
I'm happy to read it if Beck is not wanting to do it in person. Oh, hand just went up.
All right.
Beck, you should be ready to go.
Great. So I'd like to call on Beck Levin. You have 2 minutes, and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Chairman Walker, and thank you, Commissioner, for again for delegating. So basically, my comment is to Commissioner Stewart's point. Internet access for rural communities was put in danger earlier this year when AT&T attempted to remove its carrier of last resort, or COLR, obligations to maintain copper line service to rural areas. This is integral to keeping our rural Californians connected to maintain carrier of last resort obligations and their copper wire system. And the reason that I brought that up to the Commissioner Stewart's point is also because this is going to likely be an annual uphill battle. This decision was only valid for 1 year, so we will likely be dealing with this issue next year in 2025. So this is also integral to keeping our rural Californians connected. Carrier of last resort and copper line services also help with telephone access. And in those instances,
Sweet. Exclamation mark. Thank you.
Yes. And in those instances, they are often life-saving services because someone who lives in a rural area might only have a landline and not have access to cellular service should they need to call, for example, 911. Over.
Great. Is that all?
That's all.
That's all. Thank you so much. I got to come up with a title for you because it's neither Miss or Mr. So we'll offline that. You tell me how I should address you. I think that might be all of our public comment, Clerk Remedios.
That's correct, Chair Walker. No more other requests for public comment.
Great. So I will go ahead and close out this item, and we'll continue the discussion of what we want to see in item number 12 as we've been advised. So item number 9, discussion and possible action to approve climate action plan for transportation infrastructure ad hoc subcommittee recommendations. And if you all remember, we knew that 3 committees was going to be about what staff could support, but we also wanted to make sure that we could influence the next round of policy implementation for our CAPDI program, which is prioritizing projects that reduce impacts on the climate on our state highway system and in our local regions as well through call for project type funding. And so I'd like to hand it to Subcommittee Chair Amber Novi, who stepped up. I had the pleasure of kind of moving us through that first meeting, and I sadly was unable to attend the meeting where Chair Novi was elected, but I'm glad to hear it and would love to hear your report.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve in this role. So I just want to provide a little bit of background. We, as ad hoc subcommittee for the Climate Action Plan Transportation Infrastructure subcommittee, met on both July 1st and July 31st to discuss the, thank you for putting that up, the recommendations. And the first meeting of the subcommittee included the overview of CAPTI provided by Cal staff, and a discussion amongst the subcommittee members on what should be included and or addressed with CAPTI and the update. Based on the discussion, interagency staff drafted the comment letter for the subcommittee. They circulated the first draft, and then when we met on July 31st, we discussed the draft. Oh, I should probably mention the voting members that attended on the July 31st meeting. Sorry. Michelle Rousey, Christine Williams, Anna Gonzalez, myself, Andreas Ramirez, and Alexandria Contreras were in attendance at the July 31st meeting. So CalSTEP brought the updated letter back to us at that July 31st meeting, and we had more discussions, integrating feedback on those line items, inclusive of priorities in engaging the CAPTI update are language about seniors and persons with disabilities. All underserved communities should be mentioned. All currently written, it only identifies people of color. So we wanted to make sure to be inclusive of all of our people of California. Including recommendations of community engagement to ensure reaching out to groups and cities that have not been engaged yet. Another recommendation is dedicated resources specifically for personnel to do community engagement. We discussed and deliberated community engagement, should it be agency-led or community-led? And we went back and forth. I think there were strong opinions on both sides. Discussing on state agency, we were concerned about being unfair to community organizations and possibly being understaffed or under-resourced in those departments. Other members suggested community engagement efforts should be led by the local CBOs and advocacy groups who know the community best. Members do not want to see the state agencies continue to hire large consultants. And I think that was the whole group felt that way. And we want to make sure that the community continues to conduct community engagement. So we're focusing in on local area. And then another highlight would be we need to improve training for staff about equitable and robust community engagement. So after we have the first meeting and the second meeting, we discussed the plan, and then the first draft was circulated. Then we decided as the group to have the updated letter based on our feedback be presented to all of you today to put it to a vote at this meeting for the entire committee. This is the
Great.
background of what, yeah.
Thank you so much. So,
just a quick.
Is there any comment from staff? There isn't. So what I would like to do then, I'm hoping that folks have had a chance to review the letter. I do want to share my comments because it's something that I mentioned in the report. You know, I do think that this letter is a great letter. It's a strong letter, and it outlines priorities, and I'm glad that it says Black, Indigenous, people of color, but I think we need to go a little further and talk about all the groups that are underrepresented based upon maybe the EQI, the equity index that Caltrans uses. But I also think that because it was a very collaborative process, and it's not to say that we shouldn't be collaborating. We always should be collaborating with state agencies, but there are things that we can ask for as members of the public that might not align with what folks who work directly for the governor want us to say. And so I think it's really important that whether it's through a town hall process, because even, you know, I'm probably the only member that's willing to say that. I mean, that's not true, actually. But I don't think the majority of us feel that we even are empowered to say something like that. And I think it's important that, you know, we realize that, you know, our communities are still reeling from the impacts of freeways going through them, like and you know, transportation not connecting for those who need to be at work at 4 a.m, that don't make a lot of money versus the discretionary riders and electric vehicle users that we often prioritize in California. So you know, I support the letter. I wish that we could also have more letters that actually are asking for something. Like, we can point out the inadequacies of our system and the inequities all day long, and we can prescribe what staff should be doing, but without an actual demand, we're just kind of in our echo chamber, in my opinion. So that's my comment. Just not trying to take up space, but just trying to honor that, hey, I made this a part of my chair's report that caused a lot of stir. And so I want to make sure that people understand why I wrote what I wrote in the chair's report. And it's not an attack on staff. What it is it's opening the door to folks who couldn't be at the table, because this is a 5-hour meeting during the workday. It's opening the door to folks that don't know that they can come in to these spaces and demand things of state government. Comments from my fellow committee members. Comments from staff. Member Rousey.
Yeah, I love what you just said. You know, I like a lot of the language, and I think we need to be mindful of what our goals are within those letters that we do, because like you just stated, you know, it's important to me, and that we represent our communities in a way that they need us to. And if that means prioritizing certain things in letters like this, that's fine. But what do we bring to them to say we as our demands as we go on, and form our issues, so hear us and hear our community as well.
Thank you. Other comments?
Yeah, I have one.
Oh, please. I cannot see things, so please speak and tell us who you are.
Oh. Peggy, can you hear me?
Yes, Member Martinez, please go ahead.
You know, this is kind of what I was referring to earlier when I made my, you know, sort of my opening statement, and that is that we do, you know, there are various lines that we all walk, but I think that, you know, strong you know, whatever, request, demand. I mean, demands are, they're a little challenging. Just the word demand is, for me, it's a little challenging. It's a semantics thing, but essentially we are speaking for large groups of people. And when we do that, when we do speak for underserved people, like I had mentioned earlier, people who've been sort of regularly ignored or discounted, that can be uncomfortable for sort of the dominant paradigm, because but on the other hand, the dominant paradigm wants to know what we think. So if we have specific really specific suggestions that we want to raise, we got to list them out really clearly. You know, I think that's what that's what we're aiming to do. That's what we're doing. I'm just sort of echoing what you're saying, Chair Walker, that, you know, strong language is really important. You know, it's got to be obviously respectful language, but it's got to really represent what people feel and think from these underserved communities that we all are part of. I'm done.
Thank you, Member Martinez, and I'll definitely have some feedback about this on item number 12. I'm going to withhold it for now, and I encourage you all to, if you have ideas of how we could do this better in the future. But again, I'm not here to stop progress, and I'm just here to facilitate as the chair. I don't even necessarily, I can't move this item. I can only vote yes on it. But I'd entertain a motion to approve this letter if that's something that the chair of this committee would like to see happen. How are you feeling, Chair Novi?
So can I make a first of all, I would want to say that if progress has to happen, and by us start at the starting point of providing this letter, it's if we don't do something, then nothing happens. So we have to bring something forward, I think, because that's how progress happens. And although it might not be perfect and some things might be left out, by doing nothing, then it's stagnant and then our concerns are not addressed. And so as a committee, that I think is all of our priority, and to address the low income, rural areas, tribal areas, broadband concern. We have all of these concerns from all of our life experiences. And so I think that the 2 meetings that we had, I think that was a lot was taken in by the CalSTA staff to create this, to envision and hear our words of what we want as a group. And I think they did a good job on this. And so I would open the floor for a motion to submit for, right? Is that correct?
Do you want to move it?
Okay.
Move that we approve the item?
I think we'll have someone else do that because I've been working with them. So I think it's probably better for documentation purposes.
Sure. Is there anyone that would like to move the motion?
Chair, Member Rousey has her hand raised.
Member Rousey.
I'd like to so move as motion was read.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second. So we have a motion on the floor to approve, and I'm assuming we're approving letter version 3 of the letter to interagency leadership and Secretary Omashankin on issues related to CAPDI, the climate action plan for transportation infrastructure. It's been moved by Member Rousey and seconded by Member Martinez. Is there any further discussion from members of the committee? Public comment from the public, Clerk Remedios.
Chair, not seeing any request for public comment on this item.
And I'll throw it back to staff. I forgot. I should have thrown it to you a second time. Is there any comment from members of staff? Commissioners, anyone? All right, I will hand it to Clerk Hall for a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Alms Kelly.
Aye.
Aye. Alexandria Contreras.
She had to step away. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Proceed.
Ana Gonzalez.
Aye.
I recognize that Member Contreras indicated aye in the chat.
Great. Oh, she's back. Okay.
Herb Hastings.
Aye.
Gloria Huerta. Peggy Martinez.
Aye.
Amber Novi.
Aye.
Andres Ramirez.
Aye.
Michelle Rousey.
Aye.
Connie Stewart. I recognize Member Stewart has indicated aye in the chat. Randy Torres Van Vleck. I saw the motion for aye, but I did not hear. Do you mind trying one more time? Member Van Vleck? Oh, he may have connection issue. He's frozen on my end. I'll come back. Member Villegas Walker? Christine Williams? Chair Walker?
Aye.
And I'd like to go back to Member Torres Van Vleck. Okay, it appears he has dropped off. Chair, the motion is approved.
Great. So I am excited to announce that we are early for the first time in my career in this role as chair. We are scheduled for a break at 3:10. Should we just take that break now?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Should we come back early or should we come back at 3:10? I'm sorry, 3:20. Sorry. The break is a 10-minute break, but we could also make it 20 if 20 is needed. Is there a preference? Just turn a mic on and say, just give me some feedback.
I think 10 minutes is plenty.
All right, so I'm gonna make it 3:10 to round it, so it gives you 3 extra minutes, free of charge. See you all at 3:10, and I really appreciate everyone who's been here for thus far, and we'll be back.
Well, you all did it much harder than I would believe. Someone's mic is open.
Mics are on if folks don't want their stuff going out. I think some staff might have your mics on. Just letting you know. if you're within earshot, we got about a minute before we come back to the proceedings. So wrap up what you're doing on your break, if you will. All right, so it's 10 minutes after 3. That's the time that we all agreed upon to return to the proceedings. If you're just joining us, this is the August 22nd meeting of our Interagency Equity Advisory Committee. I'm the chair, William Walker, and I don't know if we even need quorum at this point because we don't have any more action items, but I think we do have quorum. Yes? Well, you're good to go. Yes. So, all right. Item number 10, committee discussion of key vision, mission, and policy principles for transportation equity. I just want to briefly share, and I know I missed the prep meeting for this meeting, and I own it. Just as I stated for the last item, that it's really important that that EAC members are able to have some leadership opportunity around defining what it is we want from the 3 agencies to improve our transportation system. I'd also echo that the same would go for developing our key vision, our mission, and policy principles. I know I suggested that I would have loved to see it facilitated by 2 members of the committee, and because our leadership meetings tend to just be Vice Chair Ms. Kelly and I, it would have logically been us because we couldn't talk to anyone else because of the Bagley-Keene Act. But that said, I'm going to hand it over to Associate Director Erasmus for this item, but I just hope that we can continue to look at ways to help folks that would like to get leadership skills to be able to present these items. Mr. Erasmus.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Walker, and thanks everyone. I'm excited to bring item tab 10 to the group today. A kickoff committee discussion of key vision, mission, and policy principles for transportation equity. Next slide, please. So, as was noted, the development of a vision, mission statement, and policy principles for improving equitable outcomes in transportation is an ongoing priority for the committee, and it's been discussed at several committee meetings, as well as leadership check-ins. And we hear you and we agree with you, and we're very excited to start this discussion today. So
Same,
the mission,
we appreciate that. Thank you for that interview.
Thank you. So the mission and vision can uplift important policy principles and strategies. It can also help inform a universal understanding of transportation equity for this committee, as well as others who look towards us for some guidance. And it can also serve as a basis for relevant policies and objectives recommended by the committee and practiced within each of our agencies involved in the committee. Next slide, please. Within the context of the agenda materials in the appendix of this item, we included several resources that are from the state, local, and federal level of examples of various racial equity statements, frameworks for equity, charters from other equity leadership groups, and mission and vision from People for Mobility Justice. The idea for including these resources is to provide an initial kind of basis of examples of where we could take this process to create the statement. There are some that are very concise. There are some that are more lengthy. They're to different audiences. And I hope that over time, I don't imagine that everyone had time to look at everything in complete format, but that's why this is a kickoff discussion. This information is to be resourced over time and to help guide us in some examples of what's out there, but to also help root us in sort of the purpose and intention of this item, which is to, at the end of the day, inform the equity statements and actionable equitable processes for our 3 agencies. Next slide, please. So when embarking on this process, which is not really the intention for today's item of deep diving into this discussion, but over time, as this is being developed, some guiding questions that have been co-developed include: what are some key considerations for the development of a vision and mission statement for the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee, as well as what are important policy principles and objectives for improving equitable outcomes in transportation equity. These may relate to the existing scope, items in the work plan, or thinking through how to make operationalize some of those items that we see in the aforementioned products, as well as our racial equity statements. Next slide, please. So next steps that we want to address with the committee today is to continue to think about and identify the high-level principles needed for an effective and clear statement. So things like, what are the priority focus areas of this vision and mission statement? How do they relate to the committee scope? What purpose will the statement serve? Who will refer to the statement and how will it be used? And, which is kind of the direction for today's conversation, determining who will work on the vision and mission statement and how it will be completed. So to the committee, we ask, will the statement be developed by subject matter experts or an ad hoc subcommittee or the full committee? And when should it be completed? That's the conclusion of my slides, and I would like to, open it up for discussion. And we will be taking copious notes on this and reflecting the discussion back to the committee so that we can move it forward at our next meeting.
Great.
And I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osmus. And thank you for the presentation. It's very open-ended and gives us very blank canvas.
I see Peggy has her hand raised.
So I was gonna get there, and there's also other hands. So I will go to Member Martinez. Member Martinez.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, yeah, I think Sequoia is just helping me to know, to sort of, basically to know that you guys are seeing my hands. Like, I could speak later. It's not a big deal.
Please go ahead. No, and it's right. I can't see your hand. And so thank you, Sequoia. I apologize. I can't see your hand. I didn't know I wouldn't be able to see your hand. So please.
Okay, cool. Yeah. And I can't, I mean, we got some tech issues over here in Arcata. So, I want to say first, whichever way the committee decides to go, subject matter expert, whatever, the 3 choices, I forgot them already, honestly. But I will definitely, I'm interested in helping because I'm real interested in, language. And I think it'll be a good opportunity to ensure that, disability accessibility is a part of the vision mission. So just letting you know, I'm interested in helping.
I actually think that we should just do a roll call. That's why I was a little, because there can't be anyone at this dais that doesn't have an opinion on this. And I think in addition to the questions that are, I mean, when should it be completed is the most critical of all the questions here. And I'll go ahead and read the three statements again. I'll read the next steps again, just so that we're all on the same page. We're going to do our best to identify high-level principles needed for an effective and clear equity statement. What are the priority focus areas of this vision and mission statement? How do they relate to the committee scope? What purpose will the statement serve? Who will refer to the statement? How will it be used? And the next two bullet points are the most critical that follow this statement. Determine who will work on the vision and mission statement and how it will be completed, whether that will be subject matter experts, it's the first option, ad hoc subcommittee, the second option, the full committee, and then understanding a timeline. Will this be done before December? Will it be something that we present at our final meeting of the committee that's constituted in this manner? And I'm not sure. Maybe all the committee members will apply, and maybe we'll all be here. Maybe not. So, but in December we will all be here. In January, if it's being done in January, it will then more than likely shift to whatever the new committee composition is. And it's going to shift anyway. It's probably going to be a living document. But the question is, do we want to have, let me stop. I think I've made it clear. I'm going to go to Clerk Remedios, I think. No, Clerk Hall to do a roll call. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay.
All right, I'll start out with Vice Chair Armis Keller.
Your thoughts, Vice Chair? If you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, let's go. Madam Vice Chair.
On my comments?
Yeah, let us know. You have comments about this because we've talked about it. Let us know what you're thinking. What should this, what's our priority around equity? And should it be done as a whole group? Should we be doing it with subject matter experts? Should it be done as an ad hoc subcommittee? Should it be done in 3 months?
Well, I mean, first of all, when we are looking at this, when at the beginning of the process that we started vetting this is understanding that there's already some models out there that have been used, to shape some of the framework. And can you hear me?
There is someone has a mic on, so if you could please turn your mic off. The person having a conversation offline. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
So there's some work, that has already been done. I think that it's important to bring some of that to the forefront. But I do think that expert matters, information could be brought forth as well. If you ask us all about equity, we know what it means to us in our communities, and I think that it would be only logical to see and hear what each of us would like to see, and I think that it would require a subcommittee. It would require a group specific to bringing out some of the terms, having some exercises to really kind of understand how we're going to use this concept in the framework. I mean, it's like, we need a mission statement. We also need a vision or some type of a document that will really platform our direction with the work that we're doing. I think we need to be much when we say equity, because it's such a tokenized word in many different spaces. I don't think that we want that for our EAC or for for the interagency, and to be deliberate, recognizing the word and what it means to us is not saying that we are indeed in the state of tokency, but more than that, it's saying that we're taking a stand and being intentional and methodical about how we look at equity, why we are doing what we're doing, and how it reflects the community that we serve. So I think that it's something that we need to put a little more focus on. It's not something we're just going to pick a statement and okay, that's what we're going to do. I think that we need to document. And along the lines of, when we talk about Bill of Rights, I think that we need to be, maybe looking at that, what are some inherent things that we would like to see that we won't, they're equivocal, like we're not going to sway that we really, really want in our purpose. So I those are just some reflections on my part. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Hall.
Up next, I'd like to call on Member Alexandria Contreras.
Member Contreras. I know that Member Contreras has like 2 different meetings going on. So if you're unable to unmute right now, we will come right back to you, Member Contreras. Keep us updated in the chat. Our next member.
Ana Gonzalez.
Member Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you. I'm just absorbing all of this, just FYI, but I agree with the comments that Vice Chair mentioned. And I know a Vice Chair and I momentarily had a conversation earlier today about creating some type of retreat or something to have these conversations, because they cannot be done, in this space, or even if we were to create a subcommittee. I think we really need to come together in person, or, include folks that cannot make it in person through Zoom, and make it a hybrid conversation where we can, just speak openly without time limits and stuff, because the creation of a mission and a vision statement do require a lot of brainstorming and a lot of opinions and ideas. And so I want to make sure that we're being intentional about this. I know, we've had instances, for example, when we had the folks being displaced come to us and not being able to feel heard. And so I want to make sure we're not doing that to community members. I know I come from a background of environmental justice where this is what we fight every single day in our local government agencies, just to have community be heard. So I would like to have this space be that. And I'm not sure. I guess I don't have input on the timeline because I know staff is very busy. So I want to be mindful of that too, that this is not the only space they have to coordinate with. So it's just, a matter of us coming together with a consensus if we do want to create a timeline that goes beyond like the first quarter of next year or something like that. But yeah, it's a lot to think about and have a response today. So I just want to make sure that we create a space for some type of retreat or like a long brainstorming working meeting for ourselves to develop this mission and vision. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Clerk Hall.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to check in with Member Martinez. I don't see her on screen, but she may be nearby. Okay.
Member Martinez?
Sorry, I'm pressing the wrong hotkeys.
Fine.
Well, I think I said what I had to say. I just think this is a powerful document. I'd like to help in any way that I can. I think that, yeah, one of the things about this sort of situation that we have is that meeting in these, sort of Context is kind of challenging. I agree with the idea of a retreat or something, you know, for this task. Maybe other ones as you know, as they might come up. But anyway, yeah, I'm ready to help.
Great.
Okay. Let's see, what do I do here? I press the.
Up next, Member Amber Novi.
I'm also willing and able to help. All of this is very important, just echoing everyone else's words. I think the idea of some sort of retreat or sub meeting where we can discuss all of this at a longer period of time so we're not rushing through all of the items would be very helpful.
Member Ramirez.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I think this, I think this document is extremely important. I could share some of my experience with the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group. I was there when we drafted a similar document, an equity statement. I could tell you from that process, it honestly took a year to do it. And it was with an ad hoc a committee that included area experts, right? But it was still a process of back and forth, right? Drafting a document like that is important. I think we should be patient with the process because I think it is a document that lives out hopefully all of our tenures as being in the EAC. And I think we should see it as something that could serve you know, CalSTA, Caltrans, and the CTC as guidance for what we're talking about when we're talking about equity, right? It's an opportunity to do that, right? And I think yes, taking as much time as necessary to focus on it is important, right? I definitely second the idea of a retreat, kind of giving it, because it is going to be all of our it's important that all of our voices are part of this process, right? So to give an initial guidance to whoever is that group is going to be drafting, right? But it's also kind of responsibility for us to continuously review as it is being drafted, the format we want to do it, what are the points we want to make sure that are part of that conversation, right? All that comes up, and I think it's important that, you know, if we start from like next meeting, right? That we start this conversation and, you know, make it an item that we can kind of create a legacy for what we're trying to do with the EAC, right? So yeah, I also offer myself to be part of an ad hoc if it's helpful. And I look forward to this process.
Member Ramirez, I have two follow-ups for you. One, the retreat, was it a public meeting?
We didn't do a retreat, and maybe that's why it took a year. We had these conversations in the public meetings as an agenda item.
Second, did you suspend rule? Oh, so yeah, so you did not suspend rules.
No, did not.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you. Anything further? Mr. Ramirez?
No, that's it.
Okay, great. Clerk call.
Thank you. Up next, Member Rousey.
Hi. Ditto what everybody else said, basically. Yeah, and I'd like to also be part of this. I think when it comes down to it, equity, and had worked on equity issues with some of my other committees. The language and how we go forward with our focus and mission statement for the group is very important. And I agree, even if we do a retreat, we can make some goals and take from that retreat to maybe get it done sooner than a year, but I wouldn't push it to where we're working too fast on it because this is an important thing for this group. I also have worked in mission statements with my other groups in the past, so like I said, I would really like to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rousey.
Okay.
Mrs. Bonder helps irritation and helps to the glue.
Member Stewart?
Oh, hi, everyone. I think I'm gonna take a different approach here a little. I just, went through a very intensive process with the feds on equity. And one of the things I really liked about it was more not about capturing a statement, but more about capturing the experience of underrepresented people um, through their lens. And when I read a few of the statements, I didn't get through all of them, but many of them you could tell they were written right after George Floyd's death. And so they were really focused on race. In the federal process that I worked on, they were more focused on a whole lot of equity groups, and I'm gonna just take a moment and list some of them. Aging individuals, immigrants, individuals with disability, individuals with language barriers, individuals who were part of a racial or ethnic minority group, of course, individuals who reside in rural areas, justice involved individuals, LGBTQI people, and veterans were also included in there. And so for me, I'm more interested in, rather than trying as a Black woman in a rural area to create a statement that represents that we care about them, invest in trying to understand more their experience with the transportation system. As I've read grant proposals, especially some of the ones from Southern California, I saw the difference between districts who really, I thought, were sincerely, passionately addressing equity, and those who weren't, who were just using the language, but not really using it. And so I'm curious as to what folks think. I mean, I certainly do see the need to update post George Floyd and expand on the definition of equity. And really what we all in our hearts know and mean. But I do think that, I only have my own lived experience of equity. And I'm not really, I don't think, an expert on writing a statement that represents everyone's experience. So, if we want to go that way, I would say we would need professional help as well. So I'll leave it there and invite others to at least react to what I'm saying. I'm also older. I'm an older woman, and I'm like in my life in a place where it's like I want to be implementing. Um, and so, I am sensitive to the fact that I'm in that spot of, oh my God, for 3 years we've been writing documents and planning. Can we start listening to others and start, implementing? That's all.
I appreciate those words, Member Stewart.
I just have one clarifying question for Connie. When you mentioned reviewing grant applications, was that for the SB1? Were you referring back to that? Oh, this is different. Okay.
Yeah,
Just trying to figure out if that was
I
what you were
was
talking about.
referring back to SB1. And like I said, I was just so sincerely impressed with, as a matter of fact, there were a couple of those grant writers I wanted to invite to do workshops with other regions on really how to sincerely um sincerely move the equity needle in our community. I saw applications that were written by equity community stakeholders, and literally it was the agency picking their choice. And that takes years of planning and years of investing in those communities. The presentation we had this morning, this earlier today, on the sincerity of those groups moving forward, that doesn't exist in a lot of areas in the state. And I really appreciate we're uplifting those voices in this meeting, and I want them, I want to figure out how do we amplify them as well. So I'll stop.
Thank you. Well, I don't want you to stop, but I understand we got to get to other folks, but I appreciate your words.
Up next, we have member Torres Van Vleck.
Thanks everyone for comments. Member Stewart, thanks for laying out that approach that you found to be beneficial, and thanks Vice Chair Armas Kelly for suggesting like the retreat idea. I see value in the in-person discussion as well, but I recognize that it's easier said than done to pull everyone from across the state to do that. I don't want to have to delay the work, kind of to Connie's point. And we know that we've got urgent work to do to advance transportation equity in our state. I think in regards to the framing, the next steps on the last slide, I see the value in involving subject matter experts, and I think actually all of the groups really, but I think having like a subject matter experts involved is important. I think there's value in the ad hoc subcommittee to just move more efficiently and have like a deeper dive discussion, because I know we don't have as much time in these meetings with all the other matters we have to address and are expected to address. So I'd recommend that subject matter experts work with the ad hoc subcommittee and staff on the next steps, and that any vision and mission statement it should definitely be approved and voted on by the EAC. And we might need a couple rounds, right? Maybe one round comes to us, we give that feedback, some more work, and maybe there's an ad hoc subcommittee follow-up, and then there's another vote at that time. But there's this kind of a similar process that we did at Santag with the social equity working group there, where they kind of took the first stab at it, had a content, wrote a statement, and we had multiple conversations around it. There was a board meeting, there was an ad hoc subcommittee of the board, final board vote. So similar process, I think I could see implemented here. Thanks, staff, for bringing this forward.
Thank you very much, member Torres Van Vleck.
Thank you. Up next, we have member Williams.
Hey folks, I'm assuming that's me. I was double muted. Sorry. Sorry to be joining late today. Appreciate the comments I have heard from member Stewart, and I echo. I think having a subject matter expert, especially for facilitation of conversation, would be very helpful, and also support having a kind of more nimble response through an ad hoc subcommittee. I missed sort of the initial overview, but based on what I've heard, those are my comments at this time.
Chair Walker, that concludes all other members other than yourself.
All right. I will offer my input on this now that I've heard from my fellow committee members. Vice Chair Armas Kelly and I'm gonna say her name 17 different ways today, I'm so sorry. We were at a meeting where there was a item by the commission to approve a contract for a racial justice facilitator, a racial equity facilitator, because all of the CTC staff have an orientation on racial equity. And so the infrastructure is already there because it exists for staff. We all signed those little oaths. We're technically intermittent staff, technically, but we're not, but we are. So I think that we should explore doing something with staff, because I think that the communication, impasses that we've been having have a lot to do with issues around institutionalized racism. And I'm not calling anyone racist. I'm just saying that we operate in a society that has inequities of folks based upon what they look like and what their abilities are. And it would behoove us to acknowledge it. And rather than when we bring up things that we think should change, rather than like taking it personally, just like trying to figure out how we can move forward together and work on it as a group. So I think that exploring the infrastructure that already exists would be a suggestion from my standpoint. I think subject matter experts are important. We've invited folks to welcome us to the region at every single meeting that we've had, except maybe one. I think we skipped at one meeting. And that welcome happens for EAC meetings and at commission meetings, and sometimes there's overlap, but generally that's 20 to 30 different people a year that we invite. We already have an advisory board. There it is. The folks that we invite that invite us to the region, especially the ones particularly that are invited to the EAC. I don't know if commission, but there are definitely folks that have been welcomed at the commission or that welcome us to the region at the commission level that are working on equity issues as well and looking at that infrastructure. Like a lot of it is already here. I think we need to suspend rules. I think we need to honor the fact that Robert's Rules of Order and parliamentary procedure prevents folks from actually truly engaging. It creates a hierarchy. Like right now, I, facilitate the meeting. And so I get to say like how the meeting goes. And if I have biases, that impacts how you all as participants can participate. And so acknowledging that and having a facilitator that's separate from staff, that's separate from the EAC. I mean, if that's too cost prohibitive, doing that once, but like doing it so that we can at least establish ground rules, because it's really hard to speak up in this space. And I've been advocating my entire life, and I know I'm not perfect, and I know that I can learn to do things better. But I also know that there are hierarchies that inhibit the ability for us to do this work. So I think that we can't take action on this today. I will throw it back to staff, and obviously if you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment, this would be your time to be considering to raise your hand. If you're a member of our committee, like I see Vice Chair Armis Kelly wants to speak next, I'm going to honor you in a moment. But it's really important that we really create an even playing field, because the folks who are in the positions of implementing transportation infrastructure programs for the state, there's an inherent bias in wanting to do equity work. No matter what we look like, no matter what our backgrounds are, the two things are inherently juxtaposed, and they can't always exist together unless there's true, building with the communities that are impacted most by the lack of infrastructure, or the negative externalities of that infrastructure. Vice Chair Armas Kelly.
Well, I just want to echo on everything that's been said, but bringing it back to the fact that, you know, in this space, we may not be able to have that type of discussion. And again, retreat, you know, and I don't say just retreat with us, but I say retreat with staff as well. I think that, you know, there's so much to be said about breaking bread with each other and just putting agendas to the side and really understanding what we're really trying to achieve. Hearing from staff and having them be able to express themselves in a way like just to be able to say, hey, I get it, but this is where we're at, and this is how things are hopefully going to play out. Just getting really into the nuts and bolts of each other's thinking and how we're deriving some of these agenda items, information, everything that we're doing, and ultimately bringing it back to our statement. You know, I think if we're going to say equity, then it can't just be us, but it has to be a way of looking at or viewing the scope through two different lenses, and hopefully coming to some type of level playing field where we can, you know, start, you know, and I think that will help in a lot of other areas that maybe and that could be ameliorated in the sense that, you know, we get to know each other better. We're not just coming together for a meeting and acting out the roles that we have to act out, but really understanding each other, what our backgrounds are more. You know, I think that sometimes when we look at the institution, we forget we're all people, right? And we're all subject to so many different guidelines and rules and boundaries that once those boundaries are kind of dispelled, then we can build back up and then be able to understand each other and be able to work a lot more cohesively and with more intention. And I think that I want to remind everyone that, you know, we're just a small group and we represent so many people, and it's so important that we get it right, because if we aren't getting it right, you know, the folks that are out there, they're dependent on us to be able to bring those narratives forward and be able to represent our people, you know, in a way that there'll be some kind of, you know, gain, not a loss or not a setback or not a stay, but a real gain in a direction that's going to make some inferential changes. And lastly, understanding all of this, it's not, I think that sometimes we worry about these timelines and making sure that we get things done by a certain date or not. You know, I always say, this is messy, it's new, it's different, because when you start doing things the right way, it's not comfortable. And sometimes it's outside of what we're normally used to doing. So rethinking or restructuring our way of looking at things and expecting those outcomes to happen is important. Being flexible in how we receive those changes. And sometimes when we say things, and if it feels, I have this thing like it's either ouch or amen, it either hits home or, you know, it doesn't. And if it doesn't, then let's not dwell on it. Let's move forward so that we can make it a robust and happy California. You know, I think this is where it starts, and we're doing great things. I really feel that we're doing great things, and we're not seeing that they're happening in the as expeditiously as they should in certain way of thinking, right? But it's definitely slow and steady, and I believe that at the end we'll be able to see those outcomes and be able to report back to our state, you know, and I am hoping that will represent some good media comms for the next year of what we're doing, who we are, where we are in our communities. I think that that's the way of bringing it back to the community and saying, guess who's in your backyard, and look what they're doing, and what do they sit on? Why are they doing this? This is why we're doing it, because of the equity, you know, mission and how we want to include you, you know, creating that platform for others to participate. I do want to mention that someone on the question tablet went ahead and asked and recommended a site for us to use. But you know, we have lots of resources out there. There's Greenlining, there's a Green Equity Team that's a nationwide movement, you know, I'm part of that as well. And they're discussing how to create equitable spaces, and they have a lot of outlines. But I'm thinking like along the line of a workshop or even a retreat would be a great start. So thank you.
Great. Member Martinez. Thank you, Martha.
Okay, am I here?
You are.
Cool. Many good things. One, I want to say that I expressed a lot of what people are saying. I expressed this to Carolyn Abrams when we had our meeting. And I because she asked if, you know, folks wanted to meet and discuss the agenda and whatnot. And I did. And I did say that I want, you know, I'm hoping that this mission vision process is going to be concurrent with our regular business. Because like Connie, I'm interested in the implementation piece. I mean, I've been, like I said earlier, an advocate for a long time. And I want to see action and movement and forwardness. So I'm super interested, like I said earlier, in helping to create this. I also really love the idea of the sort of storytelling component. I mean, that may not be the exact way of expressing it, but with regard to, you know, share with what Connie said about how people share the experience of sort of whatever underrepresentation or marginalization, seeing how people express that through their own lens is really, really, really useful. And I bet you there's a ton of really great stuff out there that already exists, which is why Sequoia and staff have provided stuff already for us to review. So like, I don't really think we need to reinvent the wheel at all. So yeah, I'm just saying, I guess, what everybody else is saying in various ways that, you know, I think it sounds like we're all interested in helping. And I just want to continue moving the other stuff that we're doing forward. One thing I did mention to Caroline Abrams was that I want to still do those grant reviews and that kind of thing. Because to me, that's how I feel this committee is really effective, to look at those SB1 type grants and keep that kind of opportunity coming, so that this can all sort of can move along together, like, so that we're still getting to do the business of the committee in addition to moving the process piece.
Great. Thank you, Member Martinez. And before I hand it back to you, Associate Director Erasmus, what I'd like to do is just reflect back some of the what I think we're hearing. I think we're hearing that it might be an ad hoc subcommittee, because I don't think that everyone is here. And so I think that we're hearing that we'd like subject matter experts from the community, and whether that's for storytelling, whether that's for documenting experiences. I want to honor what Member Stewart said as well. I think that what Member Stewart offered and what the other comments were about developing a statement, it's a yes and. I think that the statement then leads to incorporating the experiences of community members and uplifting those community members through the work of what our statement advises the three agencies to do. And it sounds like for timeline purposes, we all know that this is bigger than us, and I respect that. I appreciate that we all said that this might take a year. So those are, I think, are some of the things that I'm hearing personally is, you know, over the comments that we've heard. Ms. Rasmus.
Yeah, thanks. Just wanted to echo some of that back. I am following along as well, and I wanted to add a little bit of clarification to how, if we do end up kind of going into a retreat or kind of focused subcommittee process, that while we are always kind of we must adhere to Bagley-Keene rules, which are regarding public notice of meetings, having a physical location noted, making sure our documents are accessible and posted 12 days in advance. The actual kind of facilitation process of this kind of a discussion could absolutely be done without Robert's Rules of Order. And so, you know, there's a lot of flexibility there, and we're definitely listening to committee members, and there it sounds like a resounding desire to have a focused discussion with enough time and kind of space to get creative and move this forward. I also want to offer that for the October meeting, which will be in person, in hybrid in person in Sassoon, that perhaps we could integrate this discussion, and maybe if we want to officially have an action item to say we want to, as a committee, develop the mission vision for the EAC, that could be a discussion and possible action in October, as this gets kind of flushed out by the committee. So our process will be definitely to provide back notes from this meeting and within the meeting minutes, and think about solutions and offer things for the group within kind of the process of Bagley-Keene as well.
And I do want to echo my fellow members and thank staff for the work that you've done for this particular item. It's really the meat of our work. I think once this is completely seen, and like we can then validate, like, hey, like this is what we're here to do, and then I think the partnerships will abound, hopefully. So thank you all for your work on this. Is there public comment for the item?
Chair, I'm not seeing any public comment for this item.
Great, thank you. And I think maybe, and what I did see member Gonzalez offer in the chat, and I was thinking the same thing as it was offered. If we could talk about what a survey could look like to just get some ideas more, so that like wow, I really can't speak today and I apologize, but like once we could have a survey that gathers more information in regard to what people would like to see, and it would capture our members that are not present today. Cool. Does that sound good? I'm going to assume that sounds good. I don't hear anyone. Say something in the chat if you can't hear me. With that, I'd like to move on to item number 11. And thank you for your patience on this, because we're running a little late. Senate Bill 1121 needs assessment update, and I'll be handing this off to Associate Director Erasmus. I do want to thank Francis Diaz-Sanchez and Laura Pennebaker, Lauren Prahota. They've been holding a lot of hearings on this particular topic, and I've been a part of at least 2 of them. And this bill will be looking at how our transportation system will be evolving to one that might have road charges, might be completely electric someday. And so it's a conversation that was like very filled with transit operator experiences, and so I'm looking forward to how we can transition it to getting more input from the folks who are going to be most impacted by the policy changes. So thank you all for the hearings, and I'll hand it to Ms. Erasmus for the item.
Yeah, thank you. So I'd like to introduce Laura Pennebaker, who will be presenting in place of Francis today, and Lauren Prahota from Caltrans. Laura Pennebaker from CTC and Lauren Prahota from Caltrans. Thanks.
Thank you, Sequoia. So yes, I'm Laura Pennybaker, and I am not Francis de Sanchez, who is the project manager for this effort. I'll do my best to do her justice, and just know that if you have any questions that I can't answer, definitely fully committed to getting you in touch with her, and happy to take any conversations offline and get you all the information that you need on this. So the purpose of our presentation today is really twofold. The first is to share a really brief overview and status update on the state and local transportation needs assessment, which was created by Senate Bill 1121. And we want to figure out the best route and next steps to get EAC member engagement on this effort. As Chair Walker mentioned, some of you have had exposure to this effort already, either through briefings or through attending our stakeholder meetings and policy workshops. And so a definite shout out to those of you who have plugged into those and given us feedback already. We really appreciate it. This is an informational item, so no action is needed, but staff is happy to take your direction on next steps for EAC engagement on this effort. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll start with just some brief context setting around what this needs assessment is, but also what it isn't, so that we can all be on the same page, so to speak. The assessment essentially is a high-level, big-picture exercise to identify the statewide problem of declining transportation revenue. Our main state revenue source for transportation infrastructure comes from fuel taxes. And as vehicles today are more fuel efficient, and as we're adopting zero emission vehicles, these things are great for climate, but they are a challenge for funding our infrastructure because we currently rely on fuel taxes. And so this assessment is essentially a way for us to tell a story and explain this phenomenon to lawmakers and the public. So essentially the assessment will use existing plans, primarily those prepared by Caltrans, regional transportation planning agencies, and metropolitan planning organizations to essentially roll up the needs statewide for multimodal infrastructure. And an important component is that we will not be including specific projects in the assessment. We will be talking about needs at a high level. Essentially, it's going to help us clearly identify this problem that our needs are outpacing our revenues. It'll give us a place to offer some potential solutions for lawmakers to explore. And then the actual policy development will take place through the legislative process. Okay, next slide, please, Brandy. Okay, so just a quick overview on Senate Bill 1121. The last time a needs assessment was done in California was 2011, and that was a long time ago. So Senate Bill 1121 is going to allow California to have a needs assessment updated and complete in 2025, and then we'll have a chance to update it every 5 years thereafter. And this will be very important because we are trying to find a long-term sustainable source of funding for transportation in California and across the nation. This isn't just a California problem, it's a nationwide problem. And as I mentioned before, the assessment will be based on existing plans and reports, and also on engagement with you all and with a number of other stakeholders, regional and local government agencies, various advocacy organizations. So we are excited to talk about how we can get the EAC more officially engaged on this. So for the sake of time, I am going to skip slides 4 and 5, which are just a little bit more background on like what the assessment is and the fact that there's this revenue gap that's being identified. And I want to go to slide 6, Brandy, if that's okay. Perfect. So we've been identifying the revenue gap that's still in development and will be part of the draft needs assessment that we put out later this year. The second part of the assessment exercise is to start talking about potential policy recommendations. So we did hold some workshops, as Chair Walker said, in May and in June, in LA and in Sacramento, and that was to kick off the discussion around some potential ideas. And we started the conversation with some first principles. for a sustainable funding solution. And then also, we identified some really high-level scenarios that could potentially get us to a transportation funding source. And the first principles and those scenarios are on the slide. In terms of first principles, we really tried to listen to folks to hear like what was important about transportation. Like, what do we need to achieve with infrastructure, and what we essentially need a sustainable funding source to be able to address. So those first principles are sort of circling the sustainable funding concept. And then as we talked through the discussion scenarios, which ranged from, doing nothing, just continuing as is, kind of like helping to paint that worst case scenario, to maybe we just try and adjust how we currently fund transportation. Do we phase something in, or do we really try to move towards, a full replacement of our existing mechanisms with something that's more sustainable? And so it was helpful to kind of vet these ideas and get folks talking about them. And one tool that was discussed as a potential long-term sustainable funding source was a statewide road usage charge, which essentially charges drivers a per mile fee for the miles that they drive instead of charging for the fuel that they consume. And so California, along with many other states now, and Lauren will correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe Hawaii, Oregon, Utah, and Oklahoma, they've all been studying road charge as a replacement for fuel taxes. And so when my presentation concludes, we do have Lauren Prahota, who is Caltrans Road Charge Program Manager, here to speak more on the concept of road charge and the pilots that have been and are currently being conducted in California. And then, Brandy, I'm going to skip slide 7, which is just some information that we had gotten from stakeholders at the workshop. So we'll go to the timeline. And basically what I wanted to share with you all is that we're kind of in the midpoint for this effort. And so the time frame for EAC engagement would start in the fall and would go through December. And so what would be helpful for staff is if we could get an understanding of the degree to which you all want to engage on this and how we might go about getting you more involved. And so with that, we can go to slide 9, which is a slide that staff put together to kind of provide a flavor of the type of discussion and EAC engagement opportunities that we're looking to have with EAC members. So essentially, we need to understand the degree to which you all want to engage and sort of the next steps for how we want to go about getting folks feedback. So I did want to do a time check with the chair. There's a couple of different ways that we could do this. I could potentially, we could potentially talk through all of these bullets, or, we could just come up with our plan for how we want to get engagement, and then staff could sort of use these as a starting point to begin engaging members. So I'll leave that up to you if you want to do a discussion or if we want to just talk through next steps process.
I want to get a pulse of the members of what they're thinking, and so let's quickly go through the bullet points. And I want to just give a quick soundbite synopsis of what's going on for folks, because it's so high level. We as an EAC have an opportunity to give guidance on what the next metric is for charging to use the road, whether that's charging people per mile or whether it's continuing with the gas tax, whether it's a combination of both. And they've already done evaluations of what those all look like, but now we need to gather a more community perspective. So if you could take us through the bullets, Ms. Pennebaker.
Yeah, and I guess first and foremost, I do want to pause for questions. I think in my desire to be brief, I skipped over my prompts to ask folks for questions. So if anyone
Sure.
has any questions, I'm happy to field them at this time.
Questions from the committee members? Not seeing any hands yet.
Okay, we can roll into the discussion bullets and then folks can ask if they have any.
Great,
So the first question that we had wanted to pose to the group is the problem of declining revenue and increasing needs clear based on, how we've been messaging this? Are we missing some aspect of, sharing this with the public and translating it to community? I think that'd be really great to hear from you all because, I think about declining gas tax revenue when my feet hit the floor in the morning, but I don't think that most people do. How could we make this clear?
I mean, I think that since I'm not seeing hands, I'm just gonna, because I've been a part of the conversations. I think that what's challenging is that the gas tax doesn't cover everything we need now. So when you even start to wrap your head around like declining gas tax revenues and everyone's already upset about paying gas tax, you roll into gas stations today and they say, do you know you're paying too much for gas? Like that's the sign you see as soon as you go into a gas station. While, folks who are renting cars that are electric because they can't sell them, folks who are driving those cars are realizing they actually have to pay to charge them. So there's lots of misinformation about how and the revenues of those charges, other than the flat fee that's paid when an electric vehicle is purchased at the time of purchase, charging at an EVGO station is not coming back to the state. So to fund roads or to fund transit or anything. So I think that it's hard to wrap our heads around because we started our conversation talking about paratransit not even picking up the folks that they're scheduled to pick up. So I don't know if that's helpful.
No, it's definitely helpful because I do think that like the public is not very like connected on a day-to-day basis with like they know how much they pay, but they're not really thinking about where that money that they're, their hard-earned money that they're paying to get around, is going. And so I think that we can, through this document, and with the help, I feel like with Caltrans, really try to make it clear that, this isn't about penalizing folks who are driving electric vehicles, but it's merely about, figuring out how to create a revenue mechanism that is like really based on user pays and is as equitable as possible. So that is good to keep in mind.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. I see Ms. Martinez followed by, I know that you threw it in the chat, but I'm going to so call on you, Member Gonzalez. Member Martinez. Member Martinez, are you unmuted now? Maybe?
I'm trying. How
there
about
you
now?
are.
Okay.
Hi there.
Okay, I have a few thoughts here, and well, I cannot read any of the things that are on the screen, and I know that I'm sure that you've done your best to say what's on the screen. So if I'm jumping ahead or if I'm totally not seeing whatever is there, that's fairly normal for me because I can't see. But the thing that I wonder is, I mean, okay, so number one, California is the 5th largest world economy, so that's a thing. Another thing is that we have like a huge amount of roads because we have a huge state. So that's a thing too. And then another thing is that if we have, we charge people for, to pay to use whatever the road, poor people kind of do get penalized because they have less money than wealthy people. So then they're probably paying more from their income than wealthy people. That's something that really feels not fair. And then the fact is that we've got all these very extremely well-funded or well-heeled, wealthy tech companies that are based here. And I know that in other states, well, I'll just speak to the state of Washington. It's a very small state and it's entirely different, and that's the thing. But I know that some of these tech companies do help, do contribute to the transit infrastructure. And I just wonder, I mean, the burden being on the 39 point whatever million people that live here, and then, some people don't drive, but then we need like me, I'll just say, I don't drive, and yet I use a ton of resource because I use the buses and whatever. So, I mean, I don't know. I this is a very big problem, and to sort of suss through the various pieces of solving it are really big. And I appreciate you guys coming and talking to us about it. And I wonder what other people are going to say. But it does seem to me that we have some of the largest companies in the world based in California. And is it a thing, is it done that we would consider asking them to contribute to this problem? The end of my statement. That's it.
Thank you,
Thank you, Member
Peggy.
Martinez. Did you have a response, Ms. Pennebaker?
I think I would just say that, like, I've noted that as something to consider as we're exploring policy options. I would say it's not unheard of for transportation agencies, more at like the local and regional level, to explore incentives or for local governments, for example, to like levy fees tied to primarily development around trying to generate, revenue for transportation needs that development is going to like increase. So, I think we can look at sort of what that, I don't know how we would implement that statewide, but I think it would be good to look at what's going on at more of a regional and local level there. So thank you for that.
Sure, I have Member Gonzalez, followed by Member Torres-Black, Member Stewart, Member Rousey. Let's start with Member Gonzalez.
Thank you so much, Chair. I didn't want to take up space, but I agree with everything that colleague Martinez stated. We do have the most powerful state in the entire country, in regards to the economy and how we allocate funds. We just don't prioritize funding communities of color and those that need the infrastructure the most. For us in the Inland Empire, most of us are bedroom communities because we don't have the job opportunities in our own city. So we have to travel long distances to like LA or Orange County or even San Diego County, because that's where the job opportunities are, forcing us to drive, longer commutes, and therefore essentially making us pay for more gas. Because of that, we don't prioritize walkable communities, and here we are with this issue. I do see fossil fuel companies and developers such as the Good Movement Industries that have opportunities to contribute with their fair share, but instead they get tax breaks, especially at the local level. So if they don't have a point of sale, for example, the logistics warehouses, they don't have to give back taxes to the cities where they're doing business. And we have to look at this whole model of how we're engaging corporations that can well afford to pay their fair share to the state and contribute to the road maintenance and other infrastructure issues that essentially they contribute to the road degradation and road widening. I guess I don't like road windings, but they're the ones perpetrating the need for that. And so we hardly ever talk about holding them accountable. We always talk about how do we charge more taxes on our hardworking families instead of making, these large corporations pay their fair share. Like, for example, we had the refinery referendum, the oil companies were willing to pay more than $20 million to defeat, that law. And here we are in a, in a crisis, in a deficit, when those $20 million or more could have gone to like road infrastructure or support for BIPOC communities. So anyway, all to say that I feel like there needs to be a study in regard, and I know that, we've gotten presentations on how monies are distributed, who's contributing and all of that, but I don't think there's been a study that depicts how these big corporations get away without paying their fair share to our state. So just want to put that out there as a alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gonzalez. Member Trezvan Black.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, staff, for the presentation. This is definitely an interesting item. I've been following the Yokomal travel fee conversation, for several years since it rolled out at Sandig. I think Sandig might have been the first MPO, to my knowledge, that had the VMT fee in the regional plan. And I remember there was a lot of pushback in that, and that, to be honest, it wasn't really, I served on the social equity working group with other members. It wasn't really clear that it was in the plan. And when it kind of got the attention of certain folks towards the end of the process, they were able to kind of torpedo it and have it removed. So there was like a last minute political effort to have it removed from the regional plan. So, and it had, some real political consequences, to be honest. And so, and it led to a lot of discussion amongst the San Diego Transportation Equity Working Group, which is a group of nonprofits Mid-City Can's a part of them. I'm bummed to have missed their presentation. I had to step out, but they're one of the groups, the San Diego Social Equity Working Group. So a lot of grappling with this, because it's a complicated one that it really rubs certain people the wrong way, I think. And but it's important, for the reasons you laid out, Laura, why we look into this and continue to investigate it. I've always wondered about the term road charge or road usage charge. I haven't felt like it's like the best term. I know it's like a nerdier term, but I've always liked vehicle miles traveled fee. I feel like it's more of like an objective description of what it is, whereas road charge is kind of auto-normative because you're not charged for using the road in transit. You're not charged for using the road while walking or biking across the road or on the road, but it's really for cars. So I would like to know, I'd like to see, I'm curious if there's been research on that, like if public opinion focus groups about, the best way to communicate this, because we know how important language is. And I appreciate you bringing this forward. And I think, it's important that we look into how to, have this conversation and, what it's going to look like to, what are the options for this, and how can we replace the gas tax? And I appreciate that framing that you use. Like when the VMT fee was first rolled out, that framing was not really utilized, like to replace the gas tax. But I see that it's included here now. So I'm curious how that's been landing with the public. I do have some questions about the slides. On slide 4, PDF slide 4, it says that the road charge is revenue neutral, not a tax increase. Could you explain that a bit? Because my understanding was that it would bring in the revenues needed to sustain the infrastructure that we have. So could you share a little bit more on that?
What it would do is it would essentially, it would keep our funding at like historical levels, I guess. So if we were to swap out the fuel tax with something like a revenue neutral road usage charge, we would essentially be able to keep it, at a steady rate, as opposed to the declining curve that it becomes as a gas tax. Hopefully that makes sense. Like the rate essentially gets set to maintain, an upward trajectory of revenue so that we would keep that historical trend. And it could be indexed to inflation and all those different things. So it's not dependent on gallons of gas consumed.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. I really like slide. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, and I was just going to say, when Lauren Prohoda gives her presentation, I have about as much knowledge about road charge in, I don't know, my entire body as she has in the tip of her pinky finger. So she will be able to absolutely deep dive on some of these questions for you.
Okay, all right,
Great.
oh, can I make
go
one more
ahead.
comment, sure?
Please.
Yeah, I like slide 7. I think it's powerful in showing like what drivers pay. Actually, you know what? I'm going to come back to this one. You know, let me look at this a little bit further. I appreciate you bringing this forward, Laura. And yeah, so this is an important policy matter that we need to be considering and grappling with. So I like all the steps that have been laid out to involve us and others. So thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Yeah, you're in the hotbed. You're in the hotbed down there in San Diego. So we'll appreciate your feedback on this for sure.
Great. And I just want to echo what Member Torres Van Vleck said, is that, you know, the question is going to be, for some folks, how does this charge cover what we need to cover better than what it's covering? And, you know, the converse of that statement is, you know, Senate Bill 1 wouldn't have passed if we covered things better, and we wouldn't have the gas tax that we have now. So that's an important discussion that we should be thinking about. Member Stewart.
Hi, I first of all, I just wanted to say thank you for repeatedly offering to engage us, and I apologize. Work required me to miss the meetings, even though I did sign up to join you for them. So I first want to just start off answering the questions you asked. I don't know if you're missing anything about the problem right now. And I do want to look at the policy recommendations, and I'm interested in seeing and reviewing the draft assessment as well. So thank you for continually offering to get us engaged in this, and please keep doing that, because I do care and I am engaged. You know, I think there are similar issues going on around the solar panels and the fact that we have provided incentives to folks who can afford it to and so low income folks are paying more than their fair share now for services that they don't necessarily get to use as much. And so my hope is that out of this will come policies that will pay for our system but level up, so that we no longer create incentive programs that that hurt the poor ultimately, and also that the people who are like, I'm doing the right thing. Why, you know, that was the trade-off. Don't feel like they that, you know, that they've been misled or something, as they've spent more money on creating markets for vehicles that help the climate and climate change. So, I mean, you know, that is a struggle. We made promises we can't keep. You know, it's similar in the energy field too. It's like, thank you very much. You were the founders. We gave you incentives. Now we need to take them away because we're hurting the poor. So I'm really interested in the best of luck, and I hope in the future we just don't do that anymore and create incentives so that only certain people can take advantage of programs that actually help the environment. So thanks.
Thank you, Member Stewart. Sounds like we're looking at that electric vehicle rebate stuff. Personally, that's what I'm hearing, but I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to. Member Rousey.
Yeah, hi. I like what members have been saying. And I agree with our last member who just spoke about, you know, what impacts are we having on these communities by making these new taxes, and you know, so many and with our disability services and stuff around the state, we're impacted first and foremost by cuts and cuts to services and other things. And it's on the back of us sometimes that services are continued to be paid for, but yet we have a high cost with our services being cut. So I like us as a group to look at these policies changes and see who they're impacting and make sure that we're not just
Member Rousey, I'm not sure if you could do what you did last time that like amplified your voice a bit, because we're getting the static again. Nope, try again.
okay. Yes.
Better.
Okay.
And I'm gonna ask if the interpreter could let me know if it's better, and if she says not, I'm gonna ask you to throw it in the chat and I'll read it aloud. But go ahead, try speaking again.
I just want to reiterate what members were already saying, and I appreciate that the group will be looking at policy and some of the recommendations going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize if folks are not hearing everyone clearly. It sounds like that made it better though.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Can I just make one comment to respond?
Oh, please.
So I just wanted to appreciate what Member Rousey brought up in terms of the impacts, and we definitely want to make sure that this analysis and this document are very clear on the need for any solutions to be equitable. And one area that we are hopeful can get some more light shined on it as part of this document is, where there are gaps in what we understand our needs to be. And we've been working closely with I always say DACLAC, and then I feel bad because I can't remember what it stands for, but we've been working with Michelle and the folks on the DACLAC, specifically their transportation group, to make sure that the needs assessment is carrying water for the mobility needs of disabled and elderly persons. And so, I think that there's a lot of good opportunity to shine a bright light on needs. And I did want to do a very quick plug for the SB 125 Transit Transformation Task Force that CalSTA is heading, because they will be coming up with some specific recommendations around how to improve how we fund transit, and in particular, the long-term sustainable operations of transit, which is so critical.
DACLAC being the Disability and Aging Community Living Advisory Committee.
Thank you.
Sure. It's a mouthful. And it advises the Department of Health and Human Services, among other California state agencies. I was going to hand it back to you anyway, Ms. Pennebaker, to hand to Ms. Prohoda or to yourself.
Okay, so I did just want to quickly say thank you for all of this feedback. Staff has been taking copious notes. I would like a little bit of direction. I heard a lot of folks were interested in being part of this. And so if it's the pleasure of the committee, Francis and I can work together to essentially send out an email to folks asking if they're interested in participating, and then we can work directly with people to collect their feedback. And then what could be a good way to have those folks be part of reporting out at a future EAC meeting, we can give them a chance to share what their feedback has been and their experience has been in the process. So that is what staff can plan to do, unless anyone has any objections to that.
I would just add that in addition to working with subject matter experts, if we could also, for all of the items that have been presented today from all of the different staff resource folks, if you could just make a recommendation to us what committee you'd like it to be heard at, because I think that what would really be great is that if we could hear from all of the different folks doing work on all of the different projects at the subcommittee level, where we're trying to figure out all of the different recommendations. So that would be my only.
Okay, so staff has a thought on that, and it would be the disability, accessibility, and complete streets. Okay. Oh, sorry. I think there was walkability in there, but we were looking at that committee as a place for this conversation to happen if the committee wanted to go that route. So we can work with this folks on that committee.
Great.
And I did actually have a question for council or executive management, but if there are other members that would be interested in ever attending a subcommittee meeting where this was being discussed, so long as we meet noticing requirements, are we allowed to bring that forward? Are we allowed to invite other members?
So they can listen as long as it's like a noticed and public meeting. Other members can sit in and listen, but they cannot deliberate, which is probably why sometimes you might want to bring it to the full EAC as opposed to, a committee. But
oh,
yeah.
I have a thought that might be a solution. So if there's anyone who's interested in engaging on this effort that's not part of the subcommittee that we've identified, staff will still reach out to them and they will still be able to provide their feedback, and staff can sort of be the carrier of that feedback and can share. So I think we can kind of have the best of both worlds and still meet our requirements.
And one option you have is if the subcommittee develops a recommendation or a set of recommendations that maybe the EAC might be interested in adopting itself, then those can come up to the full EAC, and then everyone can participate in the discussion of whether or not to adopt that full slate or an amended slate of options.
Thanks, Anne. Yeah, we'll need to talk around the timing for that, and I think we'll discuss the schedule with the subcommittee around whether or not we can do that with the fact that we have to deliver the report in January. But I would say regardless of how the recommendations or feedback come to us, like they will 100% be considered. And so we can work closely with committee members and the subcommittee to get the feedback. So that will be our direction.
Great, thank you. And I'd love to hear more about that, council, at a leadership meeting, because I just want to make sure that, we're not a rock, because I attend a lot of meetings, so love to hear feedback about what I should and shouldn't be saying at them. Back to you, Laura, and
yes. So I would like at this time to introduce Lauren Prahota, who is the Road Charge Program Manager at Caltrans and can regale you all with her road charge knowledge.
Thank
you. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Great pleasure to be with you here today. I'm going to try to both go really fast, but also touch on some of the points that I've already been hearing from you, which is great. Could I go to the next slide? So I'm gonna use the word mechanism a lot, I think. And if you end up thinking there might be a better word, please do let me know. But the gas tax is a mechanism for collecting revenue for our transportation system. We've relied on that mechanism for 100 years now, but it is breaking down. And it's important to understand the ways that it is breaking down as we start to think about solutions for the future. So first off, fuel efficiency gains. Are the gas-powered fleet, you can get farther on a tank of gas, which is fantastic in so many ways. But it means that those vehicle owners, they're buying less gas, which means they're paying less in gas tax. So that has a revenue effect, and it's happening right now. 2, increase in zero-emission vehicles. We as a state are really pushing to move to alternative fuels away from the gas that drives most of the fleet. Again, fantastic in so many ways, but zero-emission vehicles do not pay gas taxes. They do pay an additional registration fee, which is currently $118 a year, but the average Californian pays about $300 a year in state gas taxes, so you can see there's a gap there. Third, inflation. We all suffer from it, that loss of purchase power for the same amount of money you have, right? As a state, we have tried to address that as part of SB1. We did index the gas taxes to inflation, but there's also a federal gas tax, and the feds have not increased that since the early 90s. So that does affect the amount of revenue we're getting from the federal government. And as these three issues continue to grow, we see the fourth one getting worse, which is an uneven fuel tax burden. People are not paying the same to use the transportation system, and I'm going to dive into that a little bit more in a couple of slides. Next slide, please. As Laura touched on, they're trying to, in their needs assessment, kind of define the anticipated revenue from a couple of different sources. But one recent one, the Legislative Analyst Office came out with a report in December projecting that in about 10 years, we're going to see a total of $4.4 billion less money each year from these issues as they continue to unfold. Again, they're already here, but they're going to increase in the future. Next slide, please. So one of the potential solutions the state has been researching, we call road charge. There's a lot of different terms that you can call it: road use charge, VMT. On the East Coast, it's usually referred to as an MBUF, a mileage-based user fee. The state of Minnesota calls it a distance-based fee. So there's a lot of different fun terms you can call it. The state of Oregon was kind of the first state to look into this idea. They did test using the term VMT with the public, and they found out that people responded, "Oh, it's a vomit tax." And they just didn't think that that was overly pleasant. So that's why they didn't stick with VMT. But it's also especially helpful in California because in California specifically, we have another issue that's often referred to as a VMT fee that's under SB 375. It's more related to housing development. So if you use the term VMT fee in California, you can start getting your lines crossed and getting confusion there. So another fun fact is why we don't call it road use charge. In California, we call it road charge. We have a technical advisory committee for road charge. And in the early days of studying this, they felt that the acronym RUC was just a tad too close to a common swear word out there. So they decided to drop the U just to make sure that everything was clear. So we have thought about the term. That doesn't mean that the term can't change again. But you're right, it is very important in the messaging. So the way the state is researching this new mechanism of a road charge is kind of laid out this way. A, it's a replacement for the gas tax. It's not in addition to. Because again, we're looking at changing the mechanism of how the revenue comes in. Looking at 1 per mile rate for all passenger vehicles, so everyone's paying the same to use the road. Commercial vehicles might look a little bit different. Revenue neutral, not a tax increase. So why are we looking at this? Again, this is a research program where we're trying to understand the impacts of changing the mechanism, not necessarily the funding amount, right? So if the legislature ever decides to take up this idea, all of these bullets here, they're policy decisions, and the legislature could make different decisions. They could decide to replace the gas tax with a road charge and increase the tax amount at the same time. So that'll be more of the political side of the discussion, but the reason this research program is structured this way is because we're really studying that change in mechanism. Again, we're trying to stabilize the funding. That's not the main goal, or the main goal is not changing behavior. Again, I want to highlight a difference between the state effort and SANDAG, which was referred to earlier. A lot of the regions are also looking at really what we're terming pricing, which the goal of which is to change certain behaviors. Drive at a different time of day, switch to a different vehicle, use transit instead of driving, those kind of things, which are very critical to achieving a lot of the state's climate change goals, right? But that's not what we're doing at the state level. So it can get confusing because in this case, SANDAG did use the term road use charge. Most of the locals were trying to work with them to use the term pricing instead, because the local effort, they're not replacing the gas tax. They're a new effort that's something different. So I did want to just call that out there. We also, as part of this research effort, are not looking at changing how the money is spent. Again, we're studying the mechanism, not necessarily where it goes. Again, the legislature, if they decide to debate this, could open up that as well and talk about shifting where the funds go. But that's not something that we've been tasked with doing. Next slide, please. So California so far done 4 different pilot studies. The original, the legislature directed us to do, it was kind of just this general feasibility test. Could this idea work in California? And the general answer was yes. It was very successful. But it came out with a couple of suggestions of areas for further study. And so that's what we've been kind of teasing out in our subsequent pilot. So we did our 4-phase demonstration, which is really focusing on how can we make this easy for the taxpayer. We want to do that. Last year, we had our public-private roads project, which was really focused on engaging tribal and rural communities and understanding the impacts that this change might have to them. And then right now, as of August 1st, we have just kicked off our 4th pilot, which again, the legislature directed us to do. And this pilot, this is the first time we're actually collecting revenue from people. We're actually taking money from people to test that collection process. So this has taken, it's about 10 years that this has been unfolding. With the completion of this pilot next year, we anticipate that the state's research effort will be coming to a close. Next slide, please. So in addition to the pilots, we have done a lot of research on how this change in mechanism might affect different communities in our state. One thing we want to make sure that we're understanding is this a system that works well for all Californians? So I've listed here, and there's links to these reports, so you can take a deep dive if you want. But we've taken the time to do some of these research studies in partnership with other states or academia to understand these specific impacts. Next slide, please. I won't get into each of the studies, but the general takeaway, I think, is reasonably positive. So, and this slide really helps with the visual explanation of that. So this is an example of some typical vehicles in different categories and what they currently pay in a month to use the roads. Same number of miles. And you can see there's a big spread between the low efficiency vehicles and the electric, very fuel efficient vehicles. Next slide, please. If you switch to a road charge, you see that these payments come into line. So the electric car is going to be paying more because they're not paying their fair share right now necessarily. And the low efficiency vehicle is coming down. What our research has shown us is that the folks in California who tend to drive the low efficiency vehicles are those in low income communities and in rural communities, whereas those in urban and who are a little bit better off are the ones driving the very fuel efficient vehicles in general. So what this shows us is the general switch of mechanism from the gas tax to a road charge has the potential to be less regressive. Not saying that doesn't remove all of the regressivity, is that a word? I don't know, but it is definitely an improvement over the potential equity implications of the gas tax. Next slide, please. So in addition to research, though, we've also been trying to engage different groups. And again, this is an area that I'd love your feedback on. I am constantly looking for people to talk to about this because I want to know how this idea might fit in different people's day. And I may be an expert on road charge, but I am not an expert on your day. And so I love to sit down with people in different groups and talk through about and kind of mutually educate and figure out together while we're doing this research on this program, how this might work, where the issues might be, how we can make it better. So these are some of the efforts we have, some more coming up, but again, I'm always looking for more opportunities to talk to people. Next slide, please. So again, quick pilot update on our current pilot. We just kicked off in August. We have 800 people statewide, and we did really try to encourage people to participate by getting them really high dollar incentives this time. So we were able to get all 800, so that's very exciting. Hopefully we'll have the final report out for that next summer. Next slide, please. The legislature did also task us with writing a report, which we just put out just this July, on a potential administrative process of how the government might roll this out. And so that report was again submitted to the legislature in July. And basically, next slide, if you will, we had some internal administration conversations about how this might work in our state. And kind of the guiding things we were trying to do was, what are the existing processes that we already have in California that we could build off of? One, this keeps administrative costs down. But two, it's easier for the public because they're already engaging in many of these processes, so it's not entirely new. And that's one thing that we're always thinking about is how will the public and different communities potentially interact with the system? Because as you know, sometimes a government process can be hard, it can be burdensome. We're constantly trying to think about how can we make that easier public. Next slide, please. Sorry, I'm talking really fast, but I really value your time. I'm trying to get through this. So what we potentially envision as a possibility for the legislature to consider is having a passenger vehicle road charge system that's overseen by the DMV. The reason for this is the tax record for the state is really tied to the vehicle, the vehicle identification number that the DMV houses in their database as part of registration. So that would be kind of the agency with the responsibility, and they would certify third-party account managers. So think about when you file your income taxes, you may use a service, something like H&R Block, to help you determine how much you owe and then give that money to the government. It's the same kind of idea that these private entities would help you process and submit your taxes. So that could be something like a tolling agency in the areas of our state that are already, there. It could be something like use-based insurance or a ride-sharing company that's, already taking in miles as part of their business model. So it's that kind of thing. We would hope to have a whole range of people so that people could have choice in what works best for them. Next slide, please. And that includes how they report their miles. So this is just kind of a visual of that system with the state and the account managers. So next slide, please. So you'd have options in how you report your miles, everything from very low-tech options to very high-tech options. In our society today, we have a lot of choices on how much data we're sharing and how we control our data, right? And you have this range of impacts on your privacy, on what makes things easy and things like that. We want to make sure that people are in control of their own data and making the choice between privacy and efficiency that is best for them. So some people may just really want to not share any data at all. You could go to some place, say like a Jiffy Lube, have someone read your odometer and report it. No data is shared. It's only the number of miles needed. But some people love data, love that efficiency and other things like that. They can possibly leverage the in-vehicle telematics they have in their Tesla and use that to report, and that could even involve specific location information that could affect how much tax they pay. So there's a whole range. We want to have that range because, again, we want the individual to have the control and the choice, and it's something that the government should be making that decision for them. Next slide, please. So on the commercial vehicle side, the truck side, that's also an important piece of this puzzle. We anticipate that the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration would run that side of things. This is because they're already engaging in a process where trucks report their mileage and fuel receipts for when they travel out of state. So that process is already there. We've had a lot of discussions with the trucking industry about what makes sense, and they really gave us a lot of advice. This would be something that they could interact with very reasonably. So that's why we kind of went this direction. Next slide, please. So there we go. That's a basic overview. I've given you a lot of information and there is so much more, but hopefully that gives you a sense of what kind of things the state has been looking at in this research and how we've been trying to engage Californians as we explore this potential, which could be a pretty big change in our tax structure. So with that, happy to take any questions. Again, and if you want to do a deep dive on any of our reports, our website is caroadcharge.com. All of our research is on that website.
I just want to do a time check and let folks know that if you have a hard stop at 5 o'clock, I apologize. We're probably going to go until another 10 minutes. So I apologize. Questions for the panelists from the committee? And if you do have a hard stop, if you have ideas for future agenda items, please communicate that to our leadership staff, Sequoia, Carolyn, et al. Member Torres Van Vleck.
Thank you, staff, for the updated presentation. I have a question, after looking at slide 6 and 7, or 7 and 8, I wonder if the switch replacement from the gas tax to the VMT fee, if that would remove the disincentive to purchase inefficient vehicles, like the rise of super large trucks that are also linked to a rise in pedestrian deaths and all traffic deaths across the country. Is there any research on that?
Whether it be a disincentive for purchasing trucks?
Or if the slide that you showed, 7 and 8,
Mm-hmm.
it makes me wonder if the VMT fee, replacing the gas tax with the VMT fee would remove the disincentive to purchase inefficient vehicles.
It's a good question, because obviously the state has many clean air goals and other things that in our fight against climate change. So we have looked into this. UC Davis has done some research on what goes into the decision to purchase an EV. In general, people look at the upfront purchase incentives. So federal, state, and some of those are a little bit in flux right now. Also, access to carpool lanes is a big one. So, and some of those do have sunsets on them and things like that. But those things can easily add up to $10,000. And again, access to carpool lanes. The ongoing impact of paying a fair share in road maintenance is going to be under $200 a year. And when people think about the savings they may have in ongoing costs, it's really, oh, I don't have to buy gas, not I don't have to pay gas taxes, right? We've actually done a lot of some focus groups and polling with EEV owners specifically, and they're actually surprisingly one of the groups most in favor of this, because they could be an early adopter effect, but they feel that they should be paying their fair share for road maintenance. So what we've seen so far is that it does not have it does not drive down that desire to switch. Things could always change, but that's what we're seeing so far.
Does that cover it for you, Member Torres Van Block?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff.
Great. Any other comments or questions from my committee members? We lost a few, so that's partly why. Why don't I take us to public comment for
Chair
item
Walker?
11? Yes.
Prior to that, I wanted to read on the behalf of Member Williams a comment she put in the chat.
Oh, sure.
Just for, yes.
I missed that. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yes, from Member Williams, she writes, I have some concerns that a road charge still may have a disproportionate impact, though the charge is the same for total miles driven. Those in rural communities and those who have long commutes, around 10% of the population where I live in San Joaquin County, are considered super commuters. The volume of those miles is much higher for these folks still. So I'm not quite understanding how it's not regressive. I would appreciate the opportunity to stay engaged. Thank you.
Good question. So I do note, on the slides that I had on our research, we have a report there both on the impact to rural drivers and one on the impact to super commuters, because we know it's very crucial. And people are concerned about people who have to drive a lot, whether that's rural areas, super commuters, Uber drivers. That's one of the key questions that comes to mind, because it's an important community and we need to understand how they're impacted. So the thing you need to think about in terms of how we think about the change in mechanism is that they're driving those miles today. They're driving those miles under a road charge. So the number of miles is not necessarily changing. The switch in mechanism is not going to affect those number of miles. And those number of miles is hard. Yeah, that's an issue we have in our state with, our housing and planning and all those things. The element that comes into making it a more positive story, potentially for super commuters or rural drivers, is that some of those groups tend to own those lower fuel efficient vehicles. So they're already paying more for those miles too. So the overall amount in the switch does go down for them. Does that change the number of miles they're driving? No. So does that entirely go away? No. but it is more positive. So
well, I would
that's how it
caution
kind of
you
works
though.
out.
I would caution you though, because the vast majority of people who live in San Joaquin County that super commute to San Francisco, to Oakland, to San Jose, they used to live here. So, I mean, to say that, you know, it's the same amount of miles is not honoring the fact that they never wanted to drive 90 miles to work. That's where they had to move because they may have been evicted or because, you know, there was no housing that they could afford here. So I think that the point that Member Williams brings up is something to be considered, because this road charge should also be finding ways like the San Mateo County program that's providing rebates. And I know you have the slide on equity, and I know that you're already considering this, but it needs to be stated. And we need to make sure that the folks that are paying for this are also the folks that are sitting at home because they've been given the privilege to work from home 3 days a week. And those folks are just driving to Target now. And that's not fair. And so that's something that is, and yeah, Uber drivers you mentioned, like I'm one of them, and you know I have a car with 200,000 miles on it. And I signed up for the pilot, and then I realized I can't afford gas now. So yeah, but so I didn't finish my sign up.
I think the point that I'm trying to make is, you know, the housing issues that we have in the state are very real, and this change in mechanism is not going to solve them. So I want to be clear that that's, you know, this change in how we potentially collect transportation revenue is not the policy tool that's going to affect that, right? It's important, and we do need to look for other solutions, definitely. I just want to be, you know, upfront. It's not a magic fairy wand that's going to solve all the problems in our state, right? So, but this is what we're trying to explore and understanding, you know, these impacts potentially to different communities.
Understood. It may be the breaking point for someone that moves to Texas next week because they are like, okay, I can't do it. But I hear you. Do we have other Member Stewart? I saw you throw it in the chat, but do you want to state it?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the work from home folks like I am. You know, I went from a job where I drove 20,000 miles a year to if I even put 1,000 miles on my car since COVID, I'd be shocked. So I was wondering if there was an equity lens to the kind of jobs that people have, and have you looked at that or surveyed for that as well? Okay, I'd love to dig into that information with you.
If you dig into our super commuters report, I'm happy to, you know, I'm happy to meet with any of you too. Like I said, I'm always happy to meet with people. But our super commuters report digs into that, both it's people who travel more than 90 minutes each way in different areas of the state, and it does look into demographics and labor fields and things like that to understand how those impacts play out.
Let me just say that this once again, we've had a fantastic presentation, and I want to learn more. And this is great. I'll be reaching out to you, Lauren, because I want to know at least a finger's full of your knowledge on road trips.
Absolutely. And again, for helping with the numbers, particularly for those who have to drive a lot, if you go to our website, which is again caroadcharge.com, we have a calculator on there where you can choose your vehicle, put in the number of miles that you drive, and it'll give you an estimate of how much taxes you're paying under the gas tax and how much you might pay under a road charge. So you can run the numbers for yourself. Because ultimately, that's what we want to know, right? How much it affects our wallet.
Noted. In the interest of time, I'm actually going to thank you both, Ms. Prehota, Ms. Pennebaker, and we'll continue to look at this issue. And I'd love to see this discussed to the subcommittee as well. So we'll figure that one out too. Public comment for item 11.
Chair, not seeing anyone who wants to make public comment on this item.
Great, thank you so much. Moving to item number 12. Member reports and discussion of future meeting topics. And I will just note that we generally get to this meeting item after the close of our meeting. And so it creates a situation where we don't get as much information from our members on future meeting topics. And but we often don't even get to the meeting topics that we've listed in the discussions that we have between meetings anyway, because often there's more items than time. But I just want to flag that. I'd like to ask if staff wouldn't mind sending a quick email to folks asking about item number 12, because we weren't able to get to it during the time designated on the agenda. With that said, I'd like to open the floor to the remaining members here for any suggestions for future agenda items.